Almost done got fired, boy. Paul's getting a little antsy over here. What is he doing? He hasn't had enough coffee yet, you know? You have to be nice to Paul in the morning. We're not morning guys. Apparently, nobody in audio is. Right. You think I sleep? Fuck. Like I had to go to bed at 3:30. I have to go to bed. Like now I have to have an ice cream sandwich, then I'll watch Alien Encounters. Then it's 5 o'clock. Me? Oh.
Test. Okay.
When school isn't a place you have to be, why not go to school where remote learning can be as remote as you want? Plans are from hiking. Here we have pine cones. Whatever kind of vacation your family needs right now, find it on Verbo.
Obviously, it's a little delayed.
to learn to play worship piano. I'm a former Nashville pro, and I'm a college assistant.
Everyone, please take your seats. We'll be starting shortly.
Oh, thank you. It's been a year.
The idea is we take these things.
Paul Carpenter. It went out.
It's just so temperamental. You sure? Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's daylight, so it's easier. Now it went on. Hey, Paul, the hammer worked.
That's what I said, probably got turned on.
A quorum of 5 voters being present, the special town meeting is called to order. I'd like to say a few words before we get started today. I've been involved in town government and attending town meetings for over 21 years. A lot has changed during that time, but one thing that has remained a near constant was the presence of Jimmy Hanna at town meeting. Jimmy passed away recently after an auto accident. Anyone who knew Jimmy will tell you that Jimmy loved Ashland. At town meeting, he asked a lot of questions, told a lot of stories, and yes, tried my patience at times. But all Jimmy wanted was what was best for Ashland. We're all better off for having known him, and he'll be missed. I'd like to send out my personal condolences and those of the entire town to Jimmy's family. May his memory be a blessing. I want to take a moment to thank all of you for being here today, or the few of you for being here today. This is the 3rd town meeting we've held in the middle of a global pandemic, and I fear it won't be the last. Like the last 2, my goal leading up to today was to make it as safe as possible from a public health perspective. The additional challenge today is that a meeting with the subject matter we're dealing with would normally draw between 500 and 1,000 voters, clearly something we couldn't accommodate in the COVID era. As a result, and through some very out-of-the-box thinking, today's meeting will be different than any town meeting Ashland has ever had. In fact, it may be the most unique open town meeting ever held in Massachusetts. I've eliminated most of the routine preliminaries that I start off with each town meeting. We've done our best with seating to promote social distancing and enable contact tracing should that become necessary. Because of that, I'd ask that you respect the placement of the chairs and remain in the chair in which you were seated. Also, masks worn over your nose and mouth will be required for entrance to the gym and will be required the entire time you're in the gym, including while speaking at a microphone. Even with masks being worn, the microphones will be disinfected after each speaker. When you approach a microphone, please don't touch them or the stands. There will be ushers to make any needed adjustments. When we complete our business today, I'm going to ask everyone to remain in their seats so that I may direct an orderly and socially distant exit from the gym. When you checked in today, you received red and, well, pink and blue index cards. It is important that you hang on to these cards because you will not be able to vote without them. While I have eliminated most of the typical introductory comments, I do want to remind everyone that our normal rules still apply. The town meeting is not the public comment section of a select board or school committee meeting, nor is it a public forum or a public hearing, and the town meeting can only take action within the scope of an article on the posted warrant. Similarly, any discussion is also limited to the scope of the articles on the posted warrant. Moderator's motions. The moderator's motions are listed in your handbook on page 4. In addition to the standard 4 motions we approve each town meeting, we have a 5th moderator's motion relating to the unique procedures I put in place for today's meeting. I'd like to first address our normal motions as a group, like we always do. Then we can move to a separate discussion of motion 5. Do I have a motion to approve moderator's motions 1, 2, 3, and 4 as printed in the handbook? Is there a second? All those in favor, please raise your blue cards. Thank you. And opposed? That passes unanimously. Now on to moderator's motion 5. I'll read the motion, then because this is something we haven't used before, I'll allow a brief discussion before we vote on the motion. Moderator's motion number 5. The articles at this special town meeting shall be considered, debated, and voted upon as follows. A, there should be no motions made or accepted once debate is closed and until the vote tally is announced, except to bring the articles to a vote. B, there will be no motions for reconsideration at any time. C, Article 1, Public Safety Building, will be introduced, followed by presentation of the article, a motion on the article, and discussion. D, upon conclusion of discussion, the moderator will entertain a motion to table Article 1 for the sole purpose of bringing the article back from the table later in the meeting for a vote. E, Article 2, the Mendes School, will be introduced, followed by presentation of the article, a motion on the article, and discussion. F, upon conclusion of discussion, the moderator will entertain a motion to table Article 2 for the sole purpose of bringing the article back from the table later in the meeting for a vote. G, the moderator will entertain a motion to reopen Articles 1 and 2 solely for the purpose of voting, and both articles will be open for voting at the same time. H, the moderator will call for a vote on Article 1 by public display of colored index cards. Yes vote cards will be collected by volunteers and deposited into the Article 1 yes box. No vote cards will be collected by volunteers and deposited into the Article 1 no box. I, the moderator will call for a vote on Article 2 by public display of colored index cards. Yes vote cards will be collected by volunteers and deposited into the Article 2 yes box. No vote cards will be collected by volunteers and deposited into the Article 2 no box. J, the moderator will announce that following a 15-minute recess, during which those present may leave the gym, voting will remain open for approximately 2.5 hours, exact time to be determined by the moderator prior to calling for recess, during which time registered voters who have yet to vote may come to the high school, check in, and vote by public declaration. K, at the appointed time, the moderator will announce the close of voting, then tally and announce the results. L, the moderator will entertain a motion to dissolve the meeting. Do I have a motion to approve moderator's motion number 5 as printed in the handbook? Is there a second? Any discussion on this moderator's motion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your blue cards. Thank you. And opposed? That motion passes unanimously. It reminds me that I forgot to mute my phone, so if you all would do the same thing, I'd appreciate it. On to our business for the day. Article 1, authorize funding to construct public safety buildings, sponsored by the Select Board. To see if the town will vote to appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds a sum of money to be expended under the direction of the Select Board for the purpose of paying costs of the project management, site preparation, construction, equipping, and furnishing a new public safety building located at 12 to 16 Union Street, or take any action relative thereto. The Finance Committee recommends the town vote to appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds $27,400,000 to be expended under the direction of the Select Board for the purpose of paying costs described in the motion for a new public safety building. The Finance Committee also recommends the town exempt amounts required for the payment of interest and principal on borrowings related to the new public safety building from the limitation on taxes imposed by Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, Proposition 2.5. Mr. Herbert.
Moderator. Before we get started, I want to thank everybody for being here today and participating in your democracy. I'd also want to extend thanks to the team that put together this special town meeting. The moderator, Adam Schuster, has, I think, found a very creative way to try to do this in a way such that people don't feel like they have to sacrifice their health to participate in their democracy. And I really can't speak enough for our professional team, including Paul Carpenter, Jen Ball, Tara Ward, Cindy Livingston. They've really done a very good job putting together a special town meeting in a very weird circumstances. So that being said, I'll move right into our presentation. I think some of you probably have seen this before. If not, I hope it's new information. The Public Safety Building Committee, as it's currently comprised, was established about 2 years ago. It consists of Joe Mignani, our Select Board member, Steve Mitchell, another Select Board member, myself, Jen Ball, who's our Assistant Town Manager, both Chiefs Roby and Chief Alfano, Paul Carpenter, who is our Director of Technology. He serves in an ex officio capacity. And then we also have Brett Walker and Peter Chisholm, who represent the community at large. In addition to the building committee, we also have the fortune of having some very, very good professional staff working with us, namely John Lemieux, who is our project manager. He is from the Vertex companies. And then our designers and architects, HKT Architects, with their principals, Janet Slaminda and Amy Dunlap. They've been involved in this project for 3 or 4 years now. And this project has been going on for more than 3 or 4 years. Actually, it's been going on close to 2 decades. If you see here, we've known that the facilities have been outdated for a while. It was really memorialized in 2002 with a memo from the police chief to the select board. Due in part to that memo, the town management at the time, in 2008, I should say, conducted a fire and police station needs assessment and location study, which determined at that time that a joint public safety facility was the way to go for this community, and also located it at the location of East Union Street, where it splits up and goes to the high school. Then in 2014, the Public Safety Building Committee was reestablished by Town Manager Tony Schiavi at that time. And that committee went through the process of looking at different facilities, looking at what the updates are like, or what type of facility we need to think of moving forward into the future. And then really things started picking up in 2018. 2018 is when we hired HKT to do a land feasibility study and to determine the best location for this site. So after looking at a number of sites, it was narrowed down to 2. Again, the location, 14 to 16 Union Street, where 135 splits up to the high school, and then also a site off the MBTA access road. At that point in time, HKT determined, based on the criteria that we had established as a community of what we wanted, that the East Union Street was still indeed the best location. They've acknowledged that it's a harder site to work, but from an operational perspective, you really can't beat it just because of its proximity to the Fountain Street Bridge and the ability to get over the tracks. In part because of that study, later that summer, the Select Board signed a gift agreement with the landowner of 14 to 16 Union Street, Howard Fafford, for a gift of 3.82 acres for us to build that public safety facility. And that was affirmed by town meeting later that year in November by a town meeting vote. Also at that time, the town voted to appropriate $3.5 million to start the design and engineering process for this building. And that occurred throughout 2019 and 2020, where we selected the owner's project manager, decided to retain HKT as our engineer, and move forward with designing the building. And here we are today in 2021, almost 20 years after this original date, still talking about this, but actually on the cusp of being able to build this much-needed facility. And I think anybody who has witnessed, or, has actually had the opportunity to go into any of these stations, hopefully for non-emergency purposes, but if you've ever had a chance to go in there, you know that we need to have a new facility. And we've listed a bunch of different reasons. You've heard about some of the major factors, like the women not having access to their own facilities inside the building. They have to go to a trailer, or the fact that our trucks barely fit into the existing Main Street fire station, which was built in the 1920s, I should add. But it really comes down to respect and dignity of our first responders and doing what's best for our community at large. We just simply do not have enough space to meet the needs of modern public safety operations. Again, if you've ever had to go in there during a rain event, you will have to dodge rain barrels. If you have gone there during a snowstorm, you know that it's not necessarily the safest place due to the roof structure. These are just some of the very cursory things that you would see if you just went around the building. I'm actually going to ask Chief Alfano to give a couple more recent examples that hopefully highlight just how inadequate these facilities are. So, Chief, if you don't mind coming up to the microphone.
I'll stand sideways because I like to speak to everyone face to face. This is the third police department in my law enforcement career that I've had the honor of being associated with. And when I came to Ashland, I noticed two things right away. Number one was the quality of the police staff. And you know that because you see that every day. The second thing I noticed was the atrocious, dangerous, unsafe facilities that the officers and staff were working in every day. So one of the commitments I made to myself and to the staff was I would work as hard as I could to try to get them the facility that they deserved that is safe. A lot of other people made that same commitment. Many of them are in this room. Architects, town officials, our town manager, the fire department, the fire chief, they're all here for the same reason. They know the conditions. You've seen the laundry lists of conditions behind me on the screen. Let me tell you, we had to take that list and edit it to fit on the screen, or we'd be here all day. There are just so many deficiencies in both of those buildings. I could go on and on and on, but they'll take a big hook cane and pull me off of here if I do. What I can tell you is some of the conditions that your police officers and firefighters face every day inside the station, which is supposed to be their work area and their safe haven, can be more difficult than those positions that they face on the street. And we all know that through this COVID situation, the pandemic, the police officers and the firefighters have always been there. They've always showed up for work. They've always gone out and done their job. And they need to have a facility that is going to be safe and efficient. I'll share just a couple of quick stories with you to sort of give you an example of what they have to face every day. As you know, our female officers and staff have to use a trailer that is falling apart in the parking lot of the police station. That trailer is at the end of its life, and no matter what happens today, that trailer is going to have to be replaced at considerable cost. They have to leave the building, whether it's night or day, 2 o'clock in the morning, in a blizzard or a rainstorm, to walk outside to go to the bathroom. Now we have a skunk that lives under their trailer, right under the door, so not only do they have to brave the elements and anybody possibly out there to hurt them, safety-wise, now they have to brave a skunk to go out, to simply use the bathroom. This is 2021. Private industry would never accept or tolerate any of those standards. We need to upgrade those facilities. We need to provide a safe working environment. Every time our officers arrest someone and bring them into that station, they put themselves in peril through what a process, the booking process that should be an administrative process and a safe process. It is not because of the facilities. They put themselves at risk. We made a drug arrest a couple of weeks ago. You probably saw it in the newspaper. Quite a bit of marijuana was seized when we brought the car that contained that marijuana into the police station for processing by the state police evidence team. Our station was literally shut down for 2 days because the odor of marijuana permeated the entire facility. I could not sit at my desk without almost getting sick to my stomach. The stench was so bad. We had to expend town funds to have the facilities department come in to try to deodorize the station for one arrest. We have to pay to have the skunk removed from under the doorway of the female locker room before one of the officers is sprayed, because they almost have been. These are funds and monies that I would rather you as taxpayers see put towards improved training for the officers, or put towards additional traffic enforcement, put towards additional patrols. We shouldn't have to spend money like that on a bad facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'm actually going to ask Chief Roby to come up here and provide an example from the fire department. As he's coming up here, I want to also point out the benefits to the community of a new station. Again, I can't impress upon people enough the fact that the new station will be located right next to the Fountain Street Bridge, which goes over the tracks. The way our current setup is, it exposes us to some unfortunate situations when a train is going through downtown. Again, most of us think of that as an inconvenience, a traffic inconvenience, but when you're trying to respond to an emergency, it takes on a whole new meaning, having to sit and wait while a train, like a CSX train or Amtrak, comes through. So, Chief, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. So today I speak to you as the fire chief, but also as of tomorrow I actually finished my 35th year working for the town as a firefighter. So I've worked extensively in both buildings. I saw the Cedar Street Fire Station built. I actually shared an article earlier this week with the town manager, residents complaining that the Cedar Street Fire Station at the time was the Taj Mahal. Well, if you've driven by the Cedar Street station, it's not the Taj Mahal. We are outgrowing both stations. We don't have enough space. We can't put in safety procedures that should be in place today. One of the biggest things is cancer. We are finding cancer in the fire service across the country. It's not just Ashland, it's across the country. The exposures to the toxins and stuff that we're bringing back to the fire station. So they're educating us to take our gear, separate it from the fire station, have its own room, its own ventilation system. So when we come back, we're not hanging it today we hang it right beside the fire station. When you walk in the fire station for 2 weeks after a fire, you can smell the fire still because it's hanging on all our gear. That's probably one of the biggest things, that we have no safe place to move the stuff. The town did purchase washer and dryer for us, but we had to put them right in the bay of the floor, so now we have to back a fire truck right up to it because we had no other space for it to go. More concerning is COVID. Everybody knows COVID today. When we come back to the fire station after a call, and I will tell you, we've treated COVID patients, we have no place to change, for those firefighters to change before going into the fire station. Today, they have to go through the fire station, up to the second floor, so they're going completely through the station before they can shower and change into the locker room. Today, a new fire station would allow us to come back, pull into the station, have a room right off the bay. There we go in, decontaminate, clean, and proceed on with the day and be ready for the next call. So for us, that's probably one of the biggest things. The other thing, again, is space. We store a lot of equipment outside. We store our boat outside. So as of right now, we do have 2 boats. One boat is winterized, and actually twice this year, the boat's been needed where it was winterized. We actually had to rely on mutual aid boat to come and deploy. So as chief, I hope you'd support this project. And as a resident, I've been a resident my whole life here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Roby. So obviously the main thing we wanted to correct with the new station is the inadequacies of the current facilities, and also bring our police and fire operations into this century. Another thing we wanted to look at was incorporating sustainability features as part of this building as well, because we're looking at becoming a net zero energy community in 2040, which is a quite ambitious goal, and we have to put the work in to do that. So the first thing we looked at with this building in trying to make it as energy efficient as possible is we looked at the HVAC systems. And we decided after considerable debate that the best system for us to move forward with is a geothermal heat pump system, as opposed to a more traditional HVAC system. It does cost a little bit more. At the same time, it does reduce our gas emissions significantly. We've created a solar-ready building. We felt like putting solar panels at this time on the building was going to be a bit cost prohibitive. However, we wanted to use the opportunity as we were building it to do things like reinforce the roof, installing conduit for wiring, so when we are at the point where we can put solar panels on that building, we don't have to tear everything up to put those back in. And then we have a number of smaller features that are no less important, like electric vehicle charging stations, low-flow fixtures. We've enhanced insulation in certain parts of the building. And we've also utilized a lot of stormwater collection features with things like rain gardens. I'm very pleased that the Sustainability Committee recently commended our work and felt like this building reflected our commitment to long-term sustainability. So we definitely appreciate that. So that's what went into the design plan, or some of the factors that went into the design plan. This is what the new building would look like. It's a 3-story building. It's set out set back approximately 100 feet from the road. We went through an extensive design process, including both internally, where the police and firefighters actually had a big role in helping to design the facility. And then the materials and everything and the design on the outside, that was influenced by a number of different people. And I really want to thank a member of our design review committee, Bill Savage, who really helped pick out the materials for this building. The first floor plan is dedicated, obviously to the main entry with the lobby, some of the police support functions, police operations, and then the big red area over here is all for our apparatus. The second floor area includes more support functions for the police, including the locker rooms, and then we also have our living quarters for our firefighters, and then a lot of room for our mechanical systems. Our third floor plan is really dedicated to the administration of both the police and fire departments, and so that is what you see on the third floor. Now, I want to make very clear, we did not build a Taj Mahal. We wanted to be cost conscious, and at the same time, we didn't want to be penny wise and pound foolish. We don't want to be in a situation where we open up a facility and it's already outdated because we didn't do this right. We did look at and we did remove a number of items. So we reduced some of the bunks. In the future, as staffing increases, we'll probably have to double up bunks. We've reconfigured the lobby and the emergency operations center. We consolidated some of the more common areas, including kitchen and the gym, eliminated a jail cell, and I've already mentioned things like the solar power and making it solar ready. However, all this information is great, but at the end of the day, it's going to be what does this cost and what does this cost you as a taxpayer? I'll first start off with the project cost itself. We were very, very fortunate when we went out to bid that we received a lower construction cost than what we had anticipated. Now, we have moved forward in the middle of a pandemic with this project. We know we've received a lot of criticism about that, but it was done strategically, and I will tell you why. Because all of the information that we were getting from our professionals was that it is a very, very favorable construction environment for municipal work because there's not much municipal work out there. And so there are contractors who are hungry to get jobs. And so that's what we saw reflected in the bids that we had received in between Christmas and New Year's. This $22.4 million construction cost is $7 million less. That's right, $7 million less than the $29 million that we had estimated back in November or December. Obviously, we have to include things like furniture and technology and communications, design, project management fees, and then we also beefed up the contingency significantly to $2.8 million. And then that leads to a $30.9 million building total project cost. We had already appropriated $3.5 million at the 2018 town meeting that I had mentioned, and so that brings our request to $27.4 million. I want to bring up the contingency here because it's a rather high contingency. We've done that for two reasons. First of all, there's a lot of ledge on the site, and even though we've done a lot of investigation and site work, it looks like you never can tell once you start getting underground. And then we've also budgeted for the next to lowest bidder, just in case. If we do not need to use this contingency, we do not tax for it. So it's not going to be factored into the cost or what you would have to pay as a taxpayer. Again, I can't reinforce how lucky we were to get the bid that we did. This shows building costs. This is the construction cost per square foot. It's about the best apples-to-apples comparison I think we can come up with. On the far left, you see the Southborough Public Safety Building, which was built a couple of years ago. That is considered the anomaly of all anomalies, or like the bid of a lifetime, as John Lemieux would say, because it came in so low compared to what they were anticipating. However, if you look at ours, it actually came in pretty low as well. So we're at $529 a square foot. We're in the blue. And you can see how much lower we are compared to some of the other communities that have built public safety facilities recently. And that's even after we factor in a lot of our sustainability features, or all of our sustainability features, and the additional site work. What this will mean for the annual budget is, so if you look at that $30.9 million cost, if you look at what that will cost the town over a 30-year bonding period, that's going to equate to $1.3 million every year in annual debt service. Traditionally, what Ashland has always done is done that as a debt exclusion. So your taxes would be increased enough to pay for that full $1.3 million. However, what we're trying to do is reduce the impact and the burden on taxpayers. So what we have decided to do is we are actually rededicating $250,000 of our capital budget each year and $500,000 within our departmental budgets to help offset the cost or offset the tax increase to pay for this building. That brings the debt exclusion amount that we need every year to $629,000, or a little bit over. I want to say that this financing plan has been memorialized in the budget. We've actually already factored it into the 21 budget. It was a little premature. We thought we would be a little bit ahead of the game by now. But it is in the budget now, and it will be in the budget. I will certainly present a budget as long as I'm here that reflects that commitment. I'm not planning on going anywhere. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's ultimately town meeting that makes the decision on the appropriation. So if for some reason this plan is deviated from, town meeting can simply change it back. But what does that $629,000 equal on your tax bill? Which is probably the question everybody's really wanting to figure out. So using an average home value of $427,000, if you look at this project, it'll cost the average taxpayer with an average home value of $427,000, $90 per year, and that's for a 30-year period. If you look at what the Mendes school is going to cost us as well, if you factor that in, and I'll leave a lot of that to Paul, what residents will be, and if you look at the declining debt that's in the gray that we have, these are debt excluded projects, you'll see that the town, the average taxpayer will see a net increase of $241 more than what they're paying now. And again, that's for 2 brand new buildings. Some of the other financial considerations we haven't really factored in, but are just as important. We're going to save over $30,000 annually. We're consolidating the building with new mechanical systems is going to lead to less maintenance and utility costs. We can now host training instead of having to pay people to go to training and cover their shifts. At the same time, we can actually have training. People will actually, or departments will actually pay us to do our training in our facility. And we have done a great job of moving towards accreditation in terms of our professional staff and our policies, but however, we're limited by the facility. We will not be able to be accredited until we get a new facility. That's just a fact. And when we do get accredited, that helps us with other financial aspects as well, including some funding opportunities and grant opportunities. You know, you hear a lot of people say like taxes are too high here. High is a comparative term. I think what a lot of times people try to talk about is the efficiency of government when they're talking about that. So I wanted to show that Ashland is still the best value, I feel, in Metro West today. Both, you know, if you look at expenditures per capita and cost per student, we are still on the low end of expenditures per capita. This is a chart that shows 13 Metro West communities. You can see that Ashland, which is in the red, is actually second from the bottom. So we do everything that we're doing right now, you know, open space purchases, enhancing human services, you know, doing special projects, doing things like downtown, and we're still able to do this about as efficiently as possible. We're just above Marlboro. The next comment is going to be that, the next question is, well, what happens with our enterprise funds? We pay a lot for water, sewer, we have trash, et cetera. And so what I did is I just factored in Ashland's enterprise funds and left everybody else's enterprise funds out and did the same analysis. And again, you'll see that we just raise up a couple of levels. So we're certainly efficient. There's been some comments about our lack of investments in facilities or perceptions of lack of investment in facilities. We have made great strides, especially over the last 5 years, to increase our investment in our buildings. And I think that's reflected in the finances and the budget. You can see here we have increased capital spending for facilities significantly over the last 5 years. This is just the municipal facilities budget. We've made significant increases in that as well, including this latest budget. And then finally, I think one of the most exciting things about this is the fact that if we build a new public safety facility, we're going to be able to vacate 2 key parcels downtown. The fire station, I think everybody would like to keep, or at least I would like to keep it. We've got some great examples of adaptive reuse, including just down the street in Framingham at Amazing Things Arts Center. That's an old fire station. Norwood, they have the Old Colonial Cafe, which is a restaurant. They actually pay the town $90,000 annually to operate there, and that continues to be more and more as their lease terms go through. Nobody that I know of wants to keep the police station. Please raise your hand if you do want to keep the police station building. Okay, I don't see anybody raising their hands. I suspect nobody is at home either. One of the ideas that has been tossed around is to raise that and make it a parking facility. So if we did that, we'd be able to create approximately 50 spots. So the next steps, depending on a successful vote here and a successful vote Wednesday, we will move forward with selecting a contractor and then finalizing the contract documents. In April, we hope to begin construction by breaking ground, and hopefully we'll finalize this by the summer of 2022. Everybody, I think everybody knows the arguments and the logic for moving forward with this. It's just one of those things that we need to make the decision if we're going to make this investment in our community. Communities have to make investments in themselves. That's the only way you can maintain your quality of life, much less improve it. So I encourage you all to support this, both today and at the ballot on Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herbert. To allow discussion, I'll entertain a motion. This motion is slightly different than what's in your handbook, not substantively though. That the town vote to appropriate $27,400,000 to be expended under the direction of the Select Board for the purpose of paying costs of the project management, site preparation, construction, equipping, and furnishing a new public safety building located at 12-16 Union Street, including the payment of all incidental and related costs, and authorize the town treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, to borrow said sum under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, or any other enabling authority, and that any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of the issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20 of the General Laws, thereby reducing the amount to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount, and further provided that such appropriation shall be subject to and contingent upon an affirmative vote of the town to exempt the amounts required for payments of interest and principal on said borrowing from limitations on taxes imposed by Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, Proposition 2.5. Do I have such a motion? Second. Thank you. Discussion.
Hi, Matt Marshquist, 12 Western Road. I'm here on behalf of the Sustainability Committee. There was a slide that referenced our resolution that we passed, and I just wanted to mention that the process of working with the Public Safety Building Committee has been a very good one for us. And while we didn't get everything that we would like to see in this building, it didn't have the top of the line insulation. It's not 100% electric, but there are a lot of things that are very good. I think the investment in a geothermal heating system is a very smart use of funds. In particular, this is an important strategy for the town going forward to transition to efficient electric heat in place of natural gas, so that as the renewable grid, the grid increases in the percentage of renewable, it's about 20% now, but it's going to continue to increase over time. These buildings will continue to become more renewable as the grid is more renewable. So I just wanted to say, definitely support the project personally, and the committee feels that this is in keeping with our net zero goal. Thanks.
Thank you.
Aaron Lyatt of 153 Pleasant Street. I'm going to try to keep a streak alive of asking at least one question at town meeting, but I think it's a good one. Just wish for the town to just briefly clarify 135 as a state highway, Fountain Street as a town road, how the project includes improvements for either the intersection of Fountain Street and 135 or 135 and Main Street. Both are interesting intersections. They'll have additional transportation and traffic considerations with the public safety building, how those will be addressed in either future plans or future budget considerations considering the move of sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Herbert?
Thanks. I'm just going to repeat the question and make sure that I understood it correctly. So you're asking about the traffic improvements and how we've factored that into the cost and to the budget?
Whether they've been incorporated, and if not, if they will be in the future.
Okay. So as part of this process, part of the design process, we did do a traffic analysis and look at the intersections both at Fountain Street and 135, as well as 135 and where it's split up to East Union Street. What we have done is we're going to have to do some signalization improvements. We're also going to have to make some changes within like the median, especially there at the Fountain Street intersection. Those costs, including the signalization costs, have been factored into this budget.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chuck Lids, 150 Oregon Road. I'm also on the Sustainability Committee. I want to commend the building committee here for having built what I think is a cutting-edge, well-designed building. As far as sustainability goes, that means that the rest of us are not going to have to make quite as many changes to our lives in order to get to our 2040 goal, of which I am extremely proud. I do have a couple other things I want to say. One is, this is the time to do this building because interest rates are cheap, stunningly cheap. In my younger days, I once bought a house at 8.5% interest. Most of the payment for this came from the interest. We're now looking at absolute minimum interest. It won't stay this way. We should do it now. And the other thing I want to say is, while the pandemic has been going on, nobody has said, oh, I need the fire department now. And they haven't said, we're not gonna come because it's dangerous. Same thing with the police department. We owe it to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't touch the mic. Don't touch it.
David Rubenstein, 317 Trailside Way. I just want to say one thing in support of the fire department and police department. The police officers they risk their lives to go out there and protect us without complaint. The firefighters, they're out there going into burning buildings to risk their lives to save our lives. I think we owe it to them. They deserve more dignified facilities, so I'm going to be voting yes for this. I hope everybody else will too. Thank you.
Any further discussion? As many of you know, in the lead up to this, because we have this unique situation of all the folks, hopefully thousands, but probably only hundreds, if that, watching from home, who are not able to be here, I offered the opportunity that anyone who wanted to could email a question into me that I would ask after all the in-person discussion happened. I was surprised by the fact that I only got a couple questions, but I'm going to present them there. One of the questions had to do with the tax impact, which has been covered clearly in the presentation. The other question was whether or not in the next 5 to 10 years there are any other general government projects that would potentially require a debt exclusion. Mr. Manager?
So we currently do not have any planned debt exclusions over the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay, thank you. Seeing be no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion to table Article 1 for the sole purpose of bringing the article back from the table later in the meeting for a vote. Do I have such a motion? All those in favor, please raise your blue cards. Thank you. And opposed? That motion passes unanimously. On to Article 2. Authorize funding to complete design and construction of new Mendes School building, sponsored by the Select Board and the School Committee. To see if the town will vote to appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds an amount of money to be expended under the direction of the Mendes School Building Committee for the purpose of paying costs of the design, construction, equipping, and furnishing of a new replacement facility for the existing David Mendes School located at 90 Concord Street. We're taking the action relative there too. The Finance Committee recommends the town vote to appropriate $83,387,000 to be expended under the direction of the Mendes School Building Committee for the purpose of paying costs described in the motion for a new replacement facility for the existing David Mendes Elementary School, with the understanding that the appropriation will be net of the total maximum grant amount determined by the MSBA. The Finance Committee also recommends the town exempt amounts required for the payment of interest and principal on borrowings related to the new replacement facility for the existing David Mendes Elementary School from the limitation on taxes imposed by Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21, Proposition 2.5. Mr. Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I just want to echo what Michael had said earlier. Thank you to everybody for putting this together. I was here last night when the facilities team and
Paul, would you speak closer to the mic, please?
I'm getting feedback as well. I'm this close? Can you
Which
turn this up?
It doesn't seem to be loud enough, folks.
Oh. I'm going to be swallowing in a second. All right. So, as I was saying, I just want to thank the facilities and IT departments and everyone involved in setting it up. It was quite an effort last night getting it together, so thank you very much. I have the project team here to my left that I'll ask that they introduce themselves when it becomes appropriate and they participate. So I also want to thank our building committee members. This has been going on. This started back in 2017, and this committee was formed in 2018, so we've been 2 to 3 years of work on this project to get to this point. So they've put a lot of effort to go through this process, and I want to publicly thank them for that. As I said, the project team will introduce themselves in just a second, and then we'll just jump into the site plan. So this is a rendering that I'll kind of go over a couple of features that's very important to the project. Here you'll kind of get the massing of the building, how it sits on the site. The key things you see here that are good in this rendering, we have 3 designated outdoor learning spaces. They're labeled 8 in the picture here. And for anyone that is having trouble seeing or wanting to follow along, there was printouts of this presentation. You probably raise your hand and have someone bring me one. So the number 8s are the outdoor learning spaces. There's one to the east side where there's a large green area. That's where classes can come out and do varying activities. There's a central courtyard in the middle. And then there's a rooftop learning space that's just outside the media center that sits over the top of the administration at the front of the building. These are going to be, you know, as we go through COVID and the things that have been going on this year, that outdoor learning space, this is pretty exciting to be able to have that and get the kids outside more in that controlled space where we can really just expand. And I think this site becomes this whole site can be used as educational opportunities, which is pretty exciting. So from a top-level view of this site, I'll get into more details of some of the things that are really transformative to what you see today at Mendes. First, you'll see that we have now parking. Right now, we only have 96 spots. This has 250 spots. So all the parking, if you've been there when we've had school operating or any events, you know parking has been a struggle. But with that, if you've ever driven past there in the mornings or in the afternoons, you'll see the impact that we have on Concord Street right now with the parent pickup and drop-off. We hope to eliminate that with this. The blue dotted line there shows a queuing space of roughly 70 parent cars on site. So our hope is that that impact on Concord Street is taken off Concord and can all be done on site. It also has a dedicated bus drop-off in front of as well. That separates those two traffics, making it a much safer activity than it is today. It has the new ball fields out in front, and this has always been designed with the community sections to be related to one another. So when we get into the floor plans, you'll see that the play area, the ball fields, and the gymnasium, the cafeteria, and all the community services are all co-located as part of this design. Kent, did you want to add anything to the site plan?
Yeah, well, Kent Kovacs with Plansburg Architects. Oh, there you go. Kent Kovacs with Plansburg Architects, the principal for the project. And I just want to add, just the simple zoning of this. This is the Mendes school campus transformed. The existing Mendes stretches completely across the property, east to west. What this does, it builds it behind. It just creates great opportunity, as Paul had stated. We have our parking nestled to the east, a great entry plaza, and then all the athletic fields to the west that have great access to the gymnasium and the main entry. And when it comes to sustainability, there was a real focus on creating a compact building footprint. So you can imagine the existing building stretching all the way across the site. Now, this building that you see highlighted here is nestled in the back with all the great programs surrounding it, and was really conscious of creating a compact footprint that met the program needs. Thank you.
So what we're showing right now is an aerial shot of the current Mendes, and it shows the estimated property line. So you can see exactly how we will go about constructing the school while operating the existing school. In the first phase of the program is to secure the back part of the site so that we can start to lay down and do the site work and start to construct the building. That will involve both securing it with a fence, but also we need access off of Fisk Road to do that. So this will continue on through roughly June of 2023. During that time, Mendes will continue to operate as normal. Normal meaning everything happens as it does, with the exception of obviously where recess and the kids run around. That will have to happen on the front fields instead of the back. So in that summer of 2023 is a very critical time. As you can see, the current building is laid out there in the dotted lines. When we get to that first summer, we need to demolish the ends of the buildings. We need to complete the front entrance and the loop road around the back of the building. That loop road is critical. It serves as both a service entrance for deliveries, but also for emergency access and things like that as well. That brings us up to, this is what the school would look like when it first opens in September of 2023, where the front entrance is now complete, the loop road is complete, and what still remains under construction is the rest of the play area, the ball fields, and that bus drop-off. Temporarily, the loop road will be used for bus traffic. They will merge in the front, but this is, again, is temporary until that bus drop-off can be completed. And then once that is done, the site is complete with the caveat that the ball fields do need 1 full year of growing, 1 full season of growing prior to use. Was there anything with the site phasing you wanted to do?
I think you covered it. I just want to kind of stress going into this level of phasing is important. It captures any anticipated costs associated with phasing, and when we go out to contractors, it's a true roadmap, and we work closely with the school and at community forums to keep everybody informed of what this will look like during those different phases. Also, those zones that were just highlighted will be fenced in completely to minimize disruption to the teachers and the students.
So as we get to look at what the building is going to look like and function, this is a very simplistic slide, but it's actually one of the more exciting ones. If you've been following the school committee and the different programming choices and transitions we've been talking about at Mendes, this slide really is a visual representation of exactly what we've been trying to talk about. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Kyra, who normally speaks to this slide very eloquently.
Obviously, one of our top priorities for a school is teaching and learning, and this design allows us to provide our students and staff an optimal environment for exactly that. This design also shows the true collaboration between the design team and the educators that were involved in planning our school. As you can see, we have 3 distinct houses, and we have a 3rd grade house, a 4th grade house, and a 5th grade house, where our students are allowed to collaborate in teams of 5 in a particular grade, but they're only separated from the remainder of their classmates and teachers by a stairwell. This offers the opportunity to have intergrade collaboration and inter-team collaboration among the grade level teams. Now, the floor itself has a 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade possibilities for multi-grade collaboration. And that's very exciting because when you think about Mendes, you think of the best of what Mendes offers, and that multi-grade component is critical. It's separated by those common spaces, so we expect our teachers and students to be collaborating on a regular basis. And we all know right now one of the greatest parts of 21st century learning is the opportunity to work together. You can also see easy access to the outdoor learning space. This is especially important for our special education students who will be able to utilize that space, and we hope to see some of our students using that space for gardening and offering opportunities outside of a normal in-school learning environment. This is just truly an extraordinary plan. We're incredibly excited to have this opportunity because it allows our innovative and skilled teachers to finally be able to teach in an environment that matches their skill set, and it allows our students to have a safe and appropriate environment. Finally, the blueprint allows us to maximize time on learning. No longer are folks going to be walking throughout a massive sprawling building, but rather they'll be all in one area to be able to make sure we're maximizing our time for students to learn.
Thank you, Mike. So one of the other things I'll address with this slide as well is to echo what Michael had mentioned about some comments about the public safety bill. I've also heard comments that we're designing the Cadillac. It's big, it's to this, to that. This is the key to it all. This very simple diagram that really is transformative to what we're doing and what we're able to do with the current building. It shows all these classrooms, but it's got the arrows coming out. All the space in this building is going to be used for educational spaces. There's space in the common areas. Right now, somebody comes out of a classroom at Mendes, it's difficult to use that common space in those hallways. Those hallways are essentially very wasted space. Here, every common area is thought of in the design to how the students can get out, move, collaborate, and it really becomes just every inch of the building becomes an educational opportunity. And so this is what's exciting about it. It's where we place things, it's how we place things. It's not that it's more expensive to do this, it's less expensive to do this. The larger your footprint, the more expensive your building is going to be. This is more compact, it's more efficient. The other thing that I'll also address is the questions come up several times about, well, this isn't much bigger than the current building, and one of the other reasons for this project is our overcrowding. Partly due to the efficiency I just mentioned, this is much more efficient. Each classroom is larger. It meets today's standards. But we don't have this large auditorium that is a great asset, but also counts towards that usable square footage. So this has a much larger capacity than our current one, while only adding about roughly 8,200 square feet. So next we get into the floor plans. This just kind of, you'll show how the community spaces are off there to the west part that co-locates with the play areas and the ball fields. And it's just been very thoughtfully done. You'll also notice that the enrichment spaces, whether it be art, media, the other different services that we provide kids and the enrichment opportunities are all integrated much more centrally to the classrooms than they are now. Right now, the students don't have to walk. They walk 5 minutes down to a service or an enrichment area where they won't need to here. It'll all be combined. It'll be distributed. We have distributed library here so that they'll be co-located with where the kids are learning. Ken, did you want to add anything to the floor plan?
Yeah, I'll simply add, just working with all the groups, including the community, we had many community forums, built this floor plan. This just didn't happen overnight. And the connection to the outdoors, the way the community spaces such as the gym and the cafeteria, which has a proper stage for the performing arts, can be locked off in the evening, in the weekend. And then going a step further, summer programs, if we're utilizing one of those academic pods, we can keep one of those pods online for programs, but kind of downshift the other pods. So there's an efficiency there for energy use. So it's a really well-balanced plan for program use between the community spaces, the academic spaces, and then just how the building will be operated. And part of the working with the Massachusetts School Building Authority, you might notice a red dashed line off to the east. That's for future expansion. It's not happening now, but we're required to do that. And that's just really feeds into the idea of these academic pods, how it's this efficient system, and it simply can be added if you need it in the future. And of course, we want to make sure in this early planning we don't put any underground utilities and things like that. So all the details have been kind of discovered, filtered, and vetted out with this group as well as the MSBA. And so we feel that it's a really good plan, and the district did a great job with the educational program. That's the descriptive narrative that led to this, and the MSBA really commended them on a great educational plan.
Thank you, Ken. So just to touch back on the future expansion that's shown there, as Kent mentioned, the MSBA requires that to be a part of the plan, but I guess to parlay that back to the space concerns before, we've gotten that a lot, that the enrollment certification for this, we already have more students in that enrollment certification. And what I can assure you is that both the state and the district have looked at our enrollment projections and are confident that we do not need to expand. However, should unforeseen things happen, this plan and the MSBA does require us to show how we would do that, and it would just be to add another academic house or a pod. This is the second floor. So as you see, there's another art room on there. So again, this is all very centrally located, all dispersed within the academic spaces. It shows the media center and then that outdoor learning space that's over top of the administration suite on the roof. And this is a watercolor rendering of the front entrance as seen from the play area. So you'll see that everything is kind of co-located. You have the entrance plaza, and we're considering a clock tower feature, something that really, says Ashland. And then we have another watercolor from the east side, looking back at the academic houses from that outdoor learning space. So as Michael mentioned, this town has made a commitment to be net zero by 2040. So right from the get-go, even when we were putting out for our designer and our OPM, in all of our advertisements, sustainability was always front and center. We had a pretty ambitious goal of, in the RF, in all of our requests, that we wanted to hit an EUI, or energy use intensity, of 25. And all that is a measurement of per square foot the amount of energy your building needs to operate. And so this slide just tells you that this is going to be a net zero ready building. And the only difference between net zero and net zero ready is whether you're bringing those renewables on site on day one or not. So you still do all the normal things you're going to do to try to get to net zero, where you super insulate the walls, the slab, everything like that, exterior mounted sunshades, and you do those things. In both cases, it's just whether we're adding, in this case, photovoltaics day one or not. So as I said, this will be a green building, and just to kind of give you an idea of what that means. So we are shooting for estimated 26% more efficient than a typical MSBA building. And when I say typical, that doesn't mean a bad thing. MSBA requires their buildings to be LEED certified. And we would be beating that by 26%. So, and I've already kind of talked a little bit about how to do that. We reduce loads by super insulation, exterior sunshades. We also are using 42 geothermal wells for our primary and heating and cooling. It should take the overwhelming majority of the time be taken up with that. Only the peak times and peak loads will be supplemented by natural gas or the other chiller. So just a graphical representation of what it means to make this investment. So what this graph shows us is on the left I have three scenarios. It's the building we're designed as designed with no photovoltaics, as designed with photovoltaics on the roof, and then as designed with photovoltaics on the roof as well as parking canopies. And then the next grouping is what a typical MSBA building would be, and then what the stretch code baseline would be. The blue bar represents the usage of electrical energy from the grid, and then the orange represents the greenhouse gas emissions for the site. So you see, comparing what was designed right now to the typical MSBA school, there's a slight increase in electrical consumption and a decrease in greenhouse gas emissions. And that's that commitment to going towards electric with the geothermal, because that is a renewable source of energy. And what you'll see is that if we start adding photovoltaics, we can achieve net zero. And while not part of the project, and the reason I've gotten the question of why aren't the solar part of this project, and it's a very simple answer to that question. The MSBA will not participate in it as far as reimbursement. So there's no advantage to making it part of the project that is directly sponsored by them. However, we like the public safety building, we are making the commitment to make this solar ready. So any place where we wanted to put solar, we'll have conduit run. Our electrical service will be able to take it, and we're preparing it for that. And the second part of that is, the idea is we'll probably as a town be able to get a better deal on solar as part of whatever other programming we're doing as part of that 2040 commitment to be net zero. And this building will be ready for it. It doesn't mean it even needs to be done after the fact. It can be incorporated as part of the build if the town wants to do that. So whenever that is the right timing, we can do that. I also ran the numbers for some very rough estimates as to what that payback would look like. And the payback would be roughly within, we would probably beat this because it was probably higher cost than what is truly going to happen, but it would be 8 to 13 years of cost recovery on that. And then after that, it would be about $120,000 a year in savings if we added solar at some point to the project. bring this up. We do have an animation. Why didn't that do it? Come on. So Ken, do you want to?
Yeah, this is an animation of the campus with the new building, and as we rotate, you begin to see the east side of the campus with the academic classroom. So you see the grade 3 and 5 pod, and there's garden beds, there's open lawn area for multiple classes to come out. You can see the provisions provided for the roof solar panels in the future. As we rotate around the campus, in the building, you'll see the access road that was spoken to earlier, and that's for emergency vehicles only and deliveries, and that'll actually be gated off during the school day and after hours. As we come to the west side, you begin to see the volume of the gymnasium and the athletic fields. And I just want to point out, when we looked at just the massing overall and the fenestrations and windows, we're providing abundant and natural light to all the classrooms, and also being very efficient. Here is the new softball and baseball fields with a walking track. You begin to see the dedicated bus drop-off for 19 buses. That's completely separate from the parent pickup and drop-off. And as noted earlier, the parent drop-offs for approximately 70 cars, and that was calculated during a traffic study, and that'll get the cars off of Concord Street and provide enough storage length for those vehicles. And then this is the main approach. Both the buses and the drop-offs from the parents arrive at the same point into the school.
Thank you, Ken. So now I'll turn it over to Jeff D'Amico from Compass Project Management for some of the review of the schedule.
Thank you, Paul. So my name is Jeff D'Amico. I'm Compass Project's project executive on the job. I'll talk to you about budget and schedule. And so the schedule project is in front of us. There's about a year of design and permitting. Our goal is to have the project bid with an early bid package starting in September to break ground in October with some of the site work. And then the full design will be completed by the beginning of November, and we'll go out to bid for the completed list of subcontractors. With that, we assume about a 21-month construction build, bringing us to that summer of 2023, which Paul noted in the phasing plan is a very critical milestone. During that summer, we have to start by demolishing both wings of the building on the outermost ends in order to create those drop-off loops and have the building ready for students to return in September. So that 2 months of July and August of 2023 is critical to the project. After that demo and abatement, we assume the site work will complete in the fall and then finally finish in the spring of 2024. Next slide, I'll talk a little bit about the key milestones that I just kind of touched on, which is that we are actually already in the started design now, being proactive and trying to stay ahead of that. We know we moved town meeting a few times, but we're moving along to make sure we keep pace to beat the winter in 2021. And then the final completion is in 2024 in that springtime frame. The funding votes that are in front of you on the screen, the MSBA already approved the project at the end of October, and then here we are on the 23rd, and the critical important date after today is obviously the ballot vote next Wednesday. So budget and reimbursement, this format you'll see is similar to the slide you saw with the public safety, where we break it down to some of the larger component costs. First and foremost is the building. at approximately $55.2 million, and then the site cost, which is approximately 12.5. And I'll talk a little bit about the size of the site here itself in the following slides and what drives that specific cost. Furniture and equipment make up another chunk at $2 million, and then consultant, designer, project manager, and admin costs make up the rest. And then we have a contingency of $3.5 million. The difference between this project and the public safety is that you're approving a not to exceed number now as opposed to having bids in hand, is what you're probably accustomed to in other projects in town. The Mass School Building Authority requires all towns to approve it after schematic design. And schematic design references about 25% complete in the overall design effort of a project. So this not to exceed budget takes us all the way through design permitting and final closeout for the next 4 years of the project. So there is a healthy contingency there as well, with both soft costs and hard costs for any things that may come up along the way. The previous appropriation of the project is $1 million, so you see the net number that's in front of you is the $83.387 million is the number that's being presented. The MSBA reimbursement program, the base rate is at the bottom of the slide. They assign a socioeconomic factor to every town in the state and update that annually. Ashland's rate is 52.26%. Because of your sustainability goals, you're going to achieve another 2 percentage points. And then they rate every town in the state for their maintenance of their existing facilities and assign a rate, which is 1.13. So your base rate is 55.57 for all eligible reimbursements before caps, which I'll talk about in a minute. But you'll note that the top of this slide references a range of 32 to 35% as an effective rate. And so ultimately, you hit various caps, which I'll explain in the MSBA process, that your net rate is 32 to 35%. And because it's a not to exceed budget, the less money we spend overall, the closer we get to bumping up the bottom range. The caps that the MSBA sets out, and the most critical one of what drives that cost down, is that the overall cap on the building cost is $333 per square foot, which is essentially half what it costs to build a building in today's dollars and has not been updated in the past few years with the Mass School Building Authority. That's because they're trying to partner with towns throughout the state and ultimately spread their dollars around. Site cap is also at 8%. That essentially gets you around the building itself and not the expansive site that are around in suburban sites. The reason for that is the MSBA tries to balance the urban projects with the suburban projects and pay for the minimal site requirements around the building itself and not the expansive site that suburban projects have. We are below the other caps for soft costs, consultant fees, and other items, and then the change orders are capped at 1%. We're currently carrying 5% with that not to exceed number and don't expect to come near that 5% number. A couple of unique items about your particular project. Your existing gymnasium at the Mendes School is 8,000 square feet. The MSBA program allows 6,000 that they participate in, and they'll allow you to go beyond 6,000, but that is an ineligible reimbursement item. So that's one of the items that drives down the overall percentage effective rate. There's other items that we absorb within the project square footage, such as mothers' nursing rooms and bathrooms. And there was a previous investment in a previous roof project in the early 2000s that didn't achieve its full useful life of that roof, which is 20 plus years. So there's a prorated reduction there of about $375,000. The uniqueness about your project is that you have a rather large site. As you saw from the site plans, there's a long, circuitous path for the parent vehicles and the emergency access around the back of the building. And we also have athletic fields. Being over 16.5 acres, the site cost itself is larger than some other projects, and that's why we broke out that cost separately, so you understand that our building cost is in line with many other projects, but we do have a rather large site here in Ashland. The investment in geothermal has also been talked at length tonight in the previous project as well as this, and those are also cost factors carried within it to have geothermal and to have that improved insulation in the building. The last slide I want to talk about here is just how that kind of breaks down, just so you can understand, and it may be hard for you to read on the screen, so if you have a packet, it might be easier to follow along. But this is a breakdown of how you go from the 55.5% base rate down to the effective 32. And the two highlights in orange there are the ones that do that, which is the fact that the building cost is capped at essentially half the price of what it costs to build the building, and the site cost is capped at approximately 8% of the total building cost. And so those are the two things that drive the overall cost down. The great thing about where Ashland is today, and you've seen the savings in your public safety building, is that we're in a very favorable bidding market, and this project will also bid in 2021, initially with the site work in September and then the full building bidding in November. And so we expect that the economy is not going to fully recover at that point, and there'll still be aggressive bidding at that point. We carried conservative numbers today that we would normally project pre-COVID, and so we're hoping for savings to be realized at that point as well, which will ultimately help that base rate of the 32% creep back up to a higher percentage in your overall final number. And Paul's going to talk about the tax impact now.
Thanks, Jeff. So you've seen this slide before with the public safety. So just to reiterate what this is representing, this is representing the portion of someone's annual taxes that go to excluded debt. And if you think about your whole tax bill, below this sits your, what I will call your base or normal property taxes that are governed by the Proposition 2.5 that kind of continue to go up in increments throughout the years. And what the gray bars, as was indicated before, are previously excluded projects like the renovations to the library and town hall, the high school we're sitting in, this feasibility study that we've already conducted, purchase of the Valentine property, things like that. So this average tax bill of the annual cost, right now they're paying $298 of their tax bill that goes to those previous projects. And as we go through this, you also know that while the public safety hits at $90 and stays $90 throughout, that the Mendes kind of gradually hits. And there's a couple of factors for why that is. One is the difference in the process, but also the difference in the schedule. As we go, we are going to be doing the site work at the end of this year, and during this year, we're doing a lot of design development and other activities. So we only need to borrow the money we need to service that project at those different phases. So this assumes borrowing $6 million this year, 25 the next, and then 25 the next, for a total of $56 million. Again, these are all estimates. We hope to beat them. Quite frankly, I expect to beat them, but we're going to give you realistic or conservative numbers. So all we need to do is borrow the money to keep the cash flow to service the project in the different phases. Also, during this time, the MSBA is reimbursing us as we go. Unlike if you're familiar with what happened at the high school, with the high school funding and different other things like that, it's a different MSBA, different process, and they actually do it real time. So when we pay an invoice and we submit for reimbursement, it's roughly about 60 days in arrear that we get that money from the state. So that also means we do not need the money as much up front as you might for other projects. The other thing we're trying to do, and we're being very conscious of, is both for what's going on right now, but also just looking at this graph, you'll see that those previous projects are coming off the books. We're paying those projects off. And so we're really trying to align the full impact of the project with the timing that those other ones come off. And so while you see that for the average taxpayer, the annual cost is listed at $387 here, the net difference between what they're currently paying on top of their normal taxes for debt excluded projects relative to what they will in 2025 when this fully hits is actually only $241. That's for both projects. So that's an increment of an annual tax increase of $241 for both these buildings projects. And again, this is the scenario with the assumptions we have down there. We're going to continue to look at what's available to us to balance both taking advantage of the historically low rates and also our desire to align the impact with that decrease and postpone that. So and I believe we will be able to strike that balance. So that's the average bill, and everybody's thinking, well, I'm not the average. I'm either lower, I'm higher, or whatever the case is. So Ms. Kinson asked me to put this slide together that kind of gives at least 3 scenarios. So it's the average condo value, average single family house value, and then just what potentially a new construction house value of $650,000 is. And you'll see I'll just kind of read the whole slide to you, but that net increase for those 3 bracketed scenarios is $193 a year in FY25 for the average condo, $265 for the average single family house, and $366 for a home value that's valuated at $650,000. This just kind of describes what we've already talked about, is what a debt excluded and those things. And I do get this a lot. Why did I include the public safety building in the chart? And that's just to be as transparent and upfront as we can. Both these things are being asked for at the same time, and so it would be disingenuous to really only talk about one of the projects. Both are very important and are on the same ballot. For those that still don't like the brackets and they want to understand what it means to them individually, we do provide also the incremental tax rate adjustments. So this is based on your valuation, you can use this tax rate to determine what your own impact would be. And this was all the tax rates were based off the FY20 information that was available when this project started. And I've said it every time that we've done this, and I'll say it here, whether it's today, whether it's after all the votes, anyone that is still grappling to understand how this impacts them personally, if you reach out to me, I can generate the numbers based on your home evaluation. Happy to do that. So not to beat it too much more, but why now? We get that a lot, and we understand what's going on right now and how it's impacting everyone's life to varying degrees. But as everyone said, we have historically low lending rates, and the bidding market is very competitive right now. So if you look back at that chart, we're deciding right now, but the impact to us, the full impact of the project will not be until a few years down the line. Hopefully this pandemic is in our rearview mirror by then. So it's very important that we understand what that means. And so just to understand how if somebody's been following the project, that chart, that graph I showed, it's changed. We initially were assuming 3% interest on that bond. And given what the current rates are, they're well below 2. So we said, okay, let's be realistic and drop it, still conservative, but to 2. So just dropping it from 3% to 2%, saved $9.5 million of interest and dropped that average tax bill by $50 a year. So those are real tangible impacts to you as to why taking advantage of this situation is so important and so meaningful to you as an individual taxpayer. The other component of it, I don't want to focus on it too much because we need to do what's right for us. But if we do delay, we do need approval from the MSBA to still participate in the program at that point if there's significant delays. And even shifting this out a couple months would probably push us out from opening the building another year or incurring significant phasing costs. So those are the different considerations for why we're still going forward and why we think it's very important to do so. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Paul, and everyone else. To allow discussion, I'll entertain a motion that the town of Ashland appropriate the amount of $83,387,000 for the purpose of paying costs of the design, construction, equipping, and furnishing of a new replacement facility for the existing David Mendes Elementary School located at 90 Concord Street, including the payment of all incidental and related costs, including but not limited to building demolition and site preparation, including the payment of all costs incidental or relative thereto, the project, which school facility shall have an anticipated useful life as an educational facility for the instruction of school children for at least 50 years, and for which the town of Ashland may be eligible for a grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA, said amount to be expended under the direction of the Mendes School Building Committee, To meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, or pursuant to any other enabling authority. Excuse me. The town of Ashland acknowledges that the MSBA's grant program is not a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need as determined by the MSBA, and any project cost the town of Ashland incurs in excess of any grant approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the town of Ashland. Provided further that any grant that the town of Ashland may receive from the MSBA for the project shall not exceed the lesser of 55 and 57/100% of eligible approved project costs as determined by the MSBA, or the total maximum grant amount determined by the MSBA. Provided that any appropriation hereunder shall be subject to and contingent upon an affirmative vote of the town to exempt the amounts required for the payment of interest and principal on said borrowing from the limitations on taxes imposed by Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, Proposition 2.5, and that the borrowing authorized pursuant to this project shall be reduced by any grant amount set forth in the project funding agreement that may be executed between the town of Ashland and the MSBA, and further to authorize use of the construction management and risk delivery method pursuant to provisions of General Law, Chapter 149A, Sections 1 through 13, and further that any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of the issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20 of the General Laws, thereby reducing the amount to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount. Do I have such a motion? Discussion.
John Kerwin, 21 Hardwick Road. I'd like to thank everybody who was involved in the presentations. Both of them were excellent. The school building we definitely need to do. Everybody knows that. The Mendes school is falling apart. I do have two questions. The first question is, about 20 years ago, we started the process on this building. It's been open now for 15 years. Back then, we had to do I think it was a NASDAQ study to figure out how many kids we were going to have over the next 10 years. And at the time, I think it was about 900. I'd just like to understand how many students the new building is going to house. And my second question is, as we move forward and we operate the building, are we going to need an operational override in order to operate it?
Okay. So two questions. How many children will the building serve or capacity? And will we need an operational override to operate it?
So I'll answer the first one, the second one first. The answer is no for an operational override. Our facilities director is always is required to be a member of the committee, and so all our decisions for how we operate it are part of the process, and I'll give you an example of that. Even with the materials we use for the estimates, for like the flooring, we are consciously choosing one that on the surface might seem more expensive. It's slightly more expensive to purchase, but it involves less maintenance. In other words, for your standard vinyl tile that you'd use, you actually have to strip it, and there's a lot of maintenance in it. So just within 2 years, that becomes cost prohibitive than the next step up in materials. So the answer to the operational thing is no. We can operate it with our current personnel. And as it relates to the enrollment, I would turn it over to Superintendent Adams. We've gone through over this a lot, and he'll be able to answer that.
Thank you. So the answer is we fully anticipate our numbers will be leveling off at this grade level over the next 3 to 4 years. We actually increased the amount of students in this building. We have petitioned to the MSBA because we had a higher enrollment number. To your point about NASDAQ, every year, we actually do twice a year, we do surveys with them to look at our population. And right now, currently, we have about 630 students in the Mendes school, and that's what we're anticipating over the next couple of years. To your point about the high school, 900 students, we're over 800 now here, and we're leveling off about 205 students per class.
Thank you. Folks, we should really support this. 15 years ago, we built this building. Many of you remember that it failed the first vote at the ballot box. So what happened is we ended up taking out the fields. Then it passed. Then we built the fields several years later, and it actually cost us a lot more money. So it's better to be, as the town manager said earlier, let's not be penny wise and pound foolish. Let's take care of this now.
Mr. Moderator, if I might just add to that for clarity. I appreciate the clarity on what occurred. It was actually even a little bit worse than that. What was also removed from the project was a preschool wing. And we removed that and the fields as well as the greenhouse, and we reduced the project budget by about $2 million. The fields cost us a little over $3 million, and we still don't have the preschool. So I appreciate the thought. It was even actually a little worse than that.
Thank you.
Tricia Kendall, 6 Rebenecker Road. I've been involved in a few things around town. People might know me, but I'm really just speaking here as a parent. Remembering when our oldest started going to Mendes, when we first went there, frankly, it almost broke my heart, the condition of the school and where she would be attending. And I have, though I didn't grow up in Ashland, so I didn't attend that school in any capacity, I have friends here in Ashland who did, and they said, you know, it was in horrible condition when I went there. And despite that, the teachers there have been phenomenal. Our youngest now is just having his last year at Mendes. We had one intentionally go through the traditional program, one intentionally went through the neighborhood program, and the teachers in both have just been outstanding. So it wasn't a matter of the teachers, the personnel, the administration being in bad shape. It's just that building. And when we talk about this great new building for our fire safety, our police officers and fire safety building, I know I said that all wrong, but you know what I mean, to have them have this great new facility, which they so deserve. I think the same way about the teachers and about our kids going here. Obviously, our kids will not enjoy these wonderful spaces. Maybe someday they'll move back here with their families, and grandkids will enjoy those spaces. For all the younger families here, their kids will enjoy those spaces. We fully be able to look forward to enjoying the building in the capacity that we will with our older children. And it's just an outstanding addition to Ashland. When I think about the high school, which was already completed when we moved here, and the opportunities that every kid who has gone through that high school must have had versus what they would have had when the school was at one of the older buildings. And I think about that for our 3rd through 5th graders having those same educational opportunities, outstanding 22nd century opportunities, even more so by the time this building gets built. I think it is just an absolute yes for both of these buildings in Ashland. I can't wait to see where else this town might go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Matt Marshquist, 12 Weston Road. I'm going to speak first as a member of the Sustainability Committee and then as a parent. Our committee passed a resolution in favor of the public safety building and the sustainability features there. We also reviewed the Mendes School building, and we were very involved in the forums. And we want to commend the group and Paul and the committee for the process that they followed. The building has some of the same features, the geothermal system, and it has some smart decisions around sustainability. And I think the most important one and a crucial one to follow on future projects is that they set a really clear target up front of 25 kBTU per square foot. And they were trying to reach that target, and they knew what they needed to do to reach net zero. And I think that was a really smart thing, and it allows them to make a lot of holistic decisions across the building that help to reach that target. So that has been a great thing. So we commend you on your efforts and your process for this project. As a parent, I have one son who's just finishing at Mendes, and I have 2 children that will be going through, hopefully, the new Mendes school building. And I think I'm really excited about the spaces, the collaborative spaces, the light, the open space outside the building. There are a lot of opportunities that this building will present. And the current building is in extremely rough shape. I had a conversation with one of our previous facilities directors and just kind of offhand asked him, what do you think the worst building in town is? And I'll never forget how he didn't hesitate at all. He's just, the Mendes school is just terrible. Nothing, again, it's no reflection on the staff. It's just a difficult building to work in. There's water infiltration in the basement. It's not ADA compliable the way that we need to be. It's a difficult situation, and I hope that we can do right by that school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator? Oh. You told me I had to stay here, so, yeah, I guess it's still morning. Good morning. My name is Claudia Bennett. I am the principal of the Mendes School, the proud principal of the Mendes School, a member of the building committee, and also a resident. And I just want to take a few minutes to offer some comments similar to what our chief of police and our chief of fire offered. First of all, Mendes, as many of you probably know, is a beautiful site, and I'm very grateful that we have such a site to have an elementary school on. The building, in its 66-year history, has been well-loved and well-used, which is what I like to say. It's had many iterations. It's been, originally parts of it were an elementary school. It was built then, an addition as a high school, became a middle school. It was again, and is today, an elementary school, and at one point it housed our preschool students. So I think it's been every iteration that a school building could be. We have similar problems related to our structural deficiencies. ADA compliance is something that sometimes has made me very sad to watch a teacher in a wheelchair who couldn't go up a ramp by herself because the ramp is so steep. Who knew that anything would ever be built with ramps? But, you know, the Mendes School was. A chairlift that when you get on it with a student, you have to bend over as the bar, the protective bar to keep people from falling, comes up around you. The heating and cooling system where, you know, it's not the end of the world, but there are some places that get extremely hot and some places get extremely cool, and no matter what we do, we can't kind of even things like that off. Our special education rooms, who themselves have had many iterations through the years, that we try to take something that was this and make it something that fits today's students. Spaces for our mothers who come back from maternity leave and who, you know, need to find a place to express milk for their child, and they're often in closets and other places, and we decorate them, and I say, put some pictures of your baby up there, that will help, but it isn't quite showing them the respect that they deserve. And finally, you know, our building just doesn't support 21st century instruction, just from simple things that, like electricity. You know, and then a couple of weeks ago, we had a very, very small fire, but it threw a lot of smoke into the building. And so the fire department arrived and the police department arrived, and they had to call other communities, I think 7 communities, if I remember correctly, Chief, because of the amount of smoke, and we didn't know at the time what the source was. And the building is so old that it would go up very quickly. And you know, it was funny that night, I stood there with a couple of our police officers and a couple of firefighters, and they had gone to that school. And we talked about how it needed so badly to be replaced. But thank you both to our Chief of Police and Chief of Fire for your support. They've come there many times through the years. You know, finally, I just want to talk a little bit, and thank you, Tricia, for about our staff and our students. You know, we have a tremendous staff, and under unimaginable conditions this year, everybody has done their best, and it's been, you know, truly an honor to be a part of just trying to help them do their best. But kids who are in grades 3 through 5, I believe, are just the best. It's just the best age. And I know as a parent, grandparent, every age is wonderful, but kids in grades 3 through 5, they're starting to think of the world beyond themselves. And it's great to be able to take them under your wing a little bit and help them think outside themselves. And yet, when you walk down the hall, they're still excited to say hello to you. And that is so rewarding. And they really deserve a little bit better than what we're able to give them at the Mendes School. So thank you. I just wanted to offer those comments.
Thank you.
Hi, Chuck Lids, 150 Oregon Road again. I wanted to also say for the Sustainability Committee how impressed we were with the work that the committee did. But I want to say that I have no children in the school, I have no grandchildren in the school, and I'm not likely to because my kids are all over the place. But I want to talk to other people who are in the same situation as I am. You need to think of this as an investment in our economic future. Massachusetts and Ashland, the base building of our economy is intellectual work. It is high tech, it is biotech, and if our kids are not well educated, we're going to go down the tubes. We've got to have the best education system if we're going to grow and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I typically say this in the thing, so if I may, just on the usage, we focus on the kids, and that's rightfully so. It's going to operate as a school during the day, but I've been really proud of the committee because we've always focused on these being community assets, right? This building, when it's not operating as a school, is our largest community assets. These are our buildings, and there will be something for everyone, whether it's a good place for a senior to come park and walk the walking paths that will be around the fields and around the property. It'll be a lovely place to do that. Whether it's community programming that will occur. This has been really focused when we met as a group. We spent a lot of time thinking about how the community, not just the students, not just the faculty and staff, but how the community can utilize this asset. Because it is a big investment, but it's an investment in all of us. It's not just the kids. We want this to be something that everyone gets something out of and is proud of. And so just to add on to, like I said, we've been focusing on talking about how this impacts the students and our faculty and staff, and that's appropriate. But this is a project that really should be looked at as a community asset for everyone.
Thank you. Someone should go to that microphone. It's feeling left out.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jim Duane, 7 Prospect Street. I want to echo the sentiments of the previous speaker. As somebody who's involved with Parks and Recreation and running those services for a municipality, I can assure you that as I sat and listened to this conversation and kind of tracked this over the course of the last several years, I'm a huge advocate for community assets. And although my kids won't have the opportunity to use the new Mendes school, they do have the opportunity to use all the other facilities in this town. And we don't only use them during the day, we use them at night too, right? All of the athletics that happen, all of the walking, all of the outdoor exercise. And I think it's probably become more apparent to just about everybody that people were clamoring for outdoor space over the course of the last 12 months because there wasn't anything you could do inside. And what we're looking at here is an opportunity to create an up-to-date educational facility that for a majority of the time during the summers and the school vacations and the after hours will serve as an incredible community space. So I just want to say thank you to the administration, thank you to the town leadership. This is the type of stuff that makes a community a great place to live, work, and play. And when I look at the investment that we're making in this town, it makes me proud to be a member of this town. I'd happily pay an extra $260 a year. I could probably sacrifice my 2/3 of a cup of coffee every day to make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything further in terms of discussion? Mr. Mignani.
Good morning, everyone. Joe Mignani, 2 Harper Lane. I stand before you as a former student at middle school. It was called Concord Street School when I first started my educational career. I was in the 1st grade. Miss Empey was my homeroom teacher. I still remember her with her bright red hair, big smile. And I went on to continue my education through the Ashland school system. Mendes School now is just called after the great Dr. David Mendes. I've had the luxury of being a student there, and I also have the luxury and honor and responsibility of being an instructor there through my DARE program and other programs that were offered through the police department. I can tell you that that building has sustained a lot of wonderful things throughout its lifetime. Town meetings in the auditorium, which is no longer there. I'm kind of sad because Mimic point of order from Mr. Hanner many years ago. He would ask for a point of order, trying to get everyone's attention. God rest his soul. But I would like to say that that building has had its time. And it's time to move on. It's time to knock it down. It's time to replace it. Those of us that went to school there will have those cherished memories as students and as instructors. But it's time, and I fully support this. Even though we are on a fixed income, like the two other prior speakers, this is an investment for the entire community, an investment that we can be proud of. Totally proud of the two projects. And it's something that would probably attract more people to come into town. So take that in consideration as well. Fully support and endorse both projects, and it's for the betterment of the town. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Bignani. As with before, there was a question that was sent in. I'll ask the same question. Do we anticipate any additional school projects that will require data solutions over the next 5 to 10 years?
There is nothing planned or foreseen that would require any debt exclusions, no.
Thank you. Being no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion to table Article 2 for the sole purpose of bringing the article back from the table later in the meeting for a vote. Do I have such a motion? All in favor, please raise your blue cards. Thank you. And opposed? That passes unanimously. Now that we've completed the discussion of the two articles in the warrant, I'd like to explain how things will go from here. And for those of you watching at home, hi, and you want to pay attention to this too. Momentarily, I will seek a motion to reopen Articles 1 and 2 for the sole purpose of voting and to allow both articles to be open at the same time. Assuming the motion passes, we will move immediately to the votes. First, we'll vote on Article 1, the Public Safety Building. I'll ask those in favor to raise their blue cards and keep them raised. They may be collected by the volunteers. After collections, the volunteers will deposit the yes votes in the yes on one box that I have up here. Once all the yes votes have been collected and deposited, I'll ask all those opposed to raise their blue cards and keep them raised so they may be collected by the volunteers. After collection, the volunteers will deposit the no votes in the no on one box that I have up here. Once we've completed voting on Article 1, we'll move to Article 2, the Mendes School. We'll follow the exact same procedure except with the pink cards, because you already will have used the blue cards. At the conclusion of voting on Article 2, I will recess a special town meeting for about 15 minutes. During that period, those in the gym may leave, though I'd ask everyone to remain in your seats so they may coordinate the exit in an orderly, socially distant manner. I'll also announce the starting time of the voting period, which will last 2.5 hours. If you're watching us remotely, the voting period is when you can come to the high school, register, come into the gym, and vote. Voting will be done in small groups, the way we are about to conduct the vote here, or by individual public declaration of vote, depending upon the number of voters presenting themselves at any one time. If we do have a crowd waiting, the line will be outside, not inside. At the appointed time, I will announce the close of voting, then tally and announce the results, after which I'll entertain a motion to dissolve the meeting. Before I entertain a motion to reopen, could we please halt the check-in? I'd like to get the doors around the auditorium, the gym, closed, so that no one else walks in the middle of the voting process. I'd ask the volunteers to come up and get your baskets. Doors, please. No, not those. Go by that. Okay. Well, we're having some door difficulties, apparently. So I'm going to ask some of the volunteers, thank you. If we can't get the doors closed, I need someone to stand in front of the door to ensure that no one comes in during the voting process. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to reopen Articles 1 and 2 for the sole purpose of voting, and that both articles be open for voting at the same time. All those in favor, please vote with your blue cards. Thank you. And opposed? Okay, let's begin the voting. Please note that each of the articles involves borrowing and therefore requires a 2/3 majority to pass. Assuming passage today, the articles will also need to pass by simple majority at the town election held next Wednesday. All those in favor of Article 1, the Public Safety Building, please raise your blue cards and keep them raised until they're collected by volunteers. Volunteers, please collect the cards. There are a bunch of you with baskets. Just distribute yourself throughout the room, please. Is there anyone voting yes who has not had their card collected? Shout out. Have all the cards been deposited up front? All the volunteers, I see somebody with cards in their basket. Would you bring those up here, please? Have all the cards been collected and deposited? Anyone still have them? All those opposed to Article 1, the Public Safety Building, please raise your blue cards. Volunteers, would you please collect those? I see one over there. Please give me a holler if you have a vote that has yet to be collected. Thank you. Now moving to Article 2. All those in favor of Article 2, the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards and keep them raised until they are collected by volunteers. Volunteers, please collect the yes votes. Does anyone out there have a yes vote for the school that has not been collected? you. All those opposed to Article 2 of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards and keep them raised until they are collected. Is there anyone with a vote remaining to be cast? Well, this worked out well. It's exactly noon, so I don't have much math to do. The time is now noon. I declare a special town meeting in recess until 12:15. At which time the voting period will commence and remain open until 2:45. Okay, folks, I assume most of you are leaving. Those of you who are leaving, would you please have an orderly exit through the doors in the back, keeping socially distanced. Thank you all for attending and taking part in our unique special town meeting. So we have what, 60? More like 80? 86? No, I'm just leaving it because I'll get them. You guys talk to the checkers and make sure well, they were told ahead of time. We have volunteers who can extract the wire out. Volunteers, may I have you up front, please?
To bring this one back to its kind.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
From music legend Quincy Jones comes Playground Sessions, a new technology to learn the piano at home by playing your favorite songs.
It's an incredible tool, a brand new way for learning music that is totally personal, and it will pull you in from day one.
Learning to play the piano has never been this fun, fast, or easy. Simply connect your keyboard to a computer or tablet, and Playground Sessions will keep you motivated with its real-time feedback, scores, rewards, and easy-to-read progress charts. Playground offers a unique and immersive learning experience where you pick your favorite songs to play and learn the music theory behind them. Play your favorites from John Legend to the Beatles, Coldplay, Miles Davis, Beethoven, and more.
You'll understand what music looks like, how it sounds, how it feels, and how to approach it.
Learn keyboard skills, how to read sheet music, and many other musical concepts from YouTube sensation David Sides. Level up from a rookie to an advanced player with hundreds of lessons, all available for you to learn at your own pace, no experience needed.
Playground is a great tool for anyone who's looking to learn the piano or keyboard from the comfort of their own home. It's easy and totally personal, and it makes learning as much fun as playing. So have fun, enjoy the music, and check out Playground Sessions.
Visit playgroundsessions.com to start playing the piano today.
won't be a problem in about 5 minutes. This won't be a problem in about 5 minutes. Let me let people in. Yes. Oh, there you go. As soon as I get through we get through the rush. I figured the early part would be okay at this point.
What's up, everyone? Let's take a look at some of the cool things about Lumen. We'll start with one that you might Just stand in the middle of the gym somewhere. You can sit if you want, but you don't have to. Okay, hold up. Let people, no more in for now. Folks, you can sit, you can stand. You won't be here long enough for either. What I'm going to do is ask you the question. I have a couple of volunteers up here for baskets. I have a couple of volunteers for baskets, please. The way this is going to work is I will, no. The way this is going to work is I will ask you question one. Those in favor, raise your blue cards. Then we'll have this collected. We'll ask opposed to question one. Blue cards have this collected. Then do the same thing for question two. Then you guys will be done. The cards will be deposited in our high-tech, fancy, highly secure voting boxes. All those in favor of question one, the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Hold them up until they're collected, please. Well, I didn't want to leave without it. Yeah, they were. Hey, WACA, can we keep that music off, please? Sorry. Folks, come on in. Come to the center of the gym. You can stand, you can sit, whatever you prefer. You won't be here long enough to be comfortable. Okay, that's enough, folks. Let's hold them up. Yes.
Welcome to the Disney Bundle, where Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus come to life on all your screens.
I will ask you,
transforming your world with three incredible.
All those in favor of question one. If you're in favor of question one, you'll raise your blue cards. You'll wait for them to be collected by the volunteers. After all the yes votes are collected, you would ask for no's on question one. Then we'll do the same thing with question two. All those in favor of question one, the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Keep them raised until they're collected. Anyone with a vote for yes on one that hasn't been collected? All those opposed to question one, the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none, we'll move on to question two. All those in favor of question two, the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Nope, if they haven't voted, they haven't voted. They don't have to vote. What? No, as long as they're not up here, we're okay. That's why I'm keeping these up here. All those opposed to question two of the Mendes School, please raise your pink card. Is there anyone with a vote uncast? Okay, thank you. Please exit through the back door. They can let the next group in. There isn't it?
Blue, blue. Mendes School, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket, please. Thank you very much. Should we exit the back door? Next in line. Public Safety Building, yes or no? Yes. Blue card in the yes bucket, please. Mendes School, yes or no? Yes. In the red bucket, yes bucket. Thank you very much. Ma'am? Public Safety Building, yes or no? Yes. In the yes bucket, please. Mendes School, yes or no? Yes. In the yes bucket, please. Thank you. I don't feel I need to ask the question. Public Safety Building, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. Mendes School, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Exit that way, please. Yep.
Exit to the back.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Hi, ma'am. Public Safety Building, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. Mendes School, yes or no? That will be a yes. Thank you very much. Sir?
Yes,
Public Safety, I just have to ask. Public Safety, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. And Mendes School, yes or no? And the ticket is your memento of this occasion. Thank you very much. If you would exit the back door. Public Safety, yes or no? Why do you have two blue cards?
They gave me two blue cards.
Thank you. Public Mendes School, yes or no? Thank you. Public Safety, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. And Mendes, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. Hi, Public Safety, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. Mendes, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket, please. I am. Public Safety, yes or no? Yes bucket, please. Mendes, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. Public Safety, yes or no? Yes bucket, please. Okay, Public Safety, Mendes, yes or no?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes or no? That'd be Public Safety. And Mendes. Public Safety, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Mendes, yes or no? Thank you. Public Safety, yes or no?
Yes.
Blue, please, in the yes. Mendes, yes or no?
Yes.
In the bucket, please. Thank you. Public Safety, yes or no?
Yes.
In the bucket, please. Mendes, yes or no?
No.
You have the right for either one. Public Safety, yes or no?
Yes.
And Mendes.
Yes.
Thank you. Public Safety, yes or no? Thank you. And Mendes. Thank you. Public Safety, yes or no? And Mendes. Thank you very much. Good. Public Safety, yes or no?
Good job today, yes.
In the yes bucket, please. And Mendes, yes or no? Thank you very much. She's overly anal, but it works. Come on up.
Just have a seat?
No, just stand in line. We're going to make you stand for about 20 minutes.
Oh, this is the line?
You're it.
You're it.
Wait, no, you can't come up yet. So, Public Safety Building, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket, please. Blue card in the yes bucket.
Blue card in the yes. Okay.
Mendes School, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket, please.
Okay.
You're done. See, painless. To the back door, please. Hi, Public Safety, yes or no?
Yes.
Blue card in the yes bucket, please. And Mendes, yes or no?
Yes to Mendes.
In the yes bucket, please. And you can take your receipt as a memorial token of you being here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Hi, Public Safety, yes or no? In blue card in the yes bucket, please. And Mendes, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket, please. Thank you. You guys can do this together. Yes. Public Safety, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Mendes, yes or no? Thank you. Have a good rest of your day. You gonna dance for us? This is awesome. Public safety, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. And Mendes, yes or no? Thank you very much. Sorry, is a large going to be enough, or I need something bigger? I'll get a couple large. Oh, sorry, business. Public safety, yes or no?
Yes.
Blue card in the yes bucket, please. Thank you. And Mendes, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket, please. Thank you. Hi. Public safety, yes or no? Yes. So blue over there in the yes bucket, red over there, pink over there in the yes bucket. Thank you. Public safety, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. And Mendes, yes or no? Yes. In the yes bucket, please. Thank you. And you may exit through the back. Hello. Public safety, yes or no?
Yes.
In the blue card in the yes bucket, please.
I want to thank you for the process.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
God.
Thank you. I appreciate
Glad
it.
I didn't have to make that.
Yeah, wait, hold on, please. So, Mendes, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
You're welcome. Public safety, you guys together? Yes. Public safety, yes or no? In the yes bucket. Blue card. And Mendes, yes or no? Yes. In the yes bucket. Thank you very much. Hello. I'm tired of saying public safety, yes or no, but public safety, yes or no?
Yes.
In blue card in the yes bucket, please. And Mendes, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket, please. Public safety, yes or no?
Yes.
Blue card in the yes bucket. Mendes, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket, please. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Special voters. Public safety, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, right in that yes bucket.
Then we're going to go over here too.
And Mendes, yes or no? They're voting for their future. Thank you, ladies. Public safety, yes or no?
Approval, yes.
In the yes bucket. Blue card, yes bucket. And Mendes, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket,
Public
please.
safety?
Public safety, yes or no? And Mendes, yes or no?
By the way, you're doing a decent job.
Thank you. I'll take decent any day of the week. I said, I'll take decent any day of the week. I understand. Thank you. Hi, wait. Go back over there. We gotta do this. We gotta do it the right way. Come on over here.
Right there, that's okay.
Public safety, yes or no? In blue card in the yes bucket, please. Mendes, yes or no? Yes. In the yes bucket, please. Hi, thank you. Public safety, yes or no? Yes. In the yes bucket, please. Blue card, yes bucket. And Mendes, yes or no? Yes. In the yes bucket, please. Thank you very much. Hi, public safety, yes or no? Yes. In the yes bucket, please. Blue card.
As always, a bang-up job.
Thank you. And Mendes, yes or no? In the no bucket, please. Hello. Oh, you guys, it took me a while to realize who it was. You guys come up together. Public safety, yes or no? Blue cards in the yes bucket. Now you can do it at the same time. And Mendes, yes or no? In the no bucket, please. Public safety.
Sorry.
Tell your mother she has to follow directions. Public safety, yes or no? Blue card in the yes bucket, please. And Mendes, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket, please. You can keep the white piece of paper as a memento. Thank you. Hi. Public safety, I'm great. Public safety, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket. Blue card, yes bucket, please.
Yes.
And Mendes, in the...
Skip that, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Hello. Is she voting? All right. Do you want to vote yes or no for the public safety building? Okay, put it in the bucket over there on the far side. Okay. And Mendes School, yes or no? Okay, the yes bucket is right here nearest me on this side. Thank you for your vote. Hi, public safety, yes or no? Blue card in the yes bucket, please. And Mendes, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. Thank you. Hi, Public safety, yes or no? Blue card in the yes bucket, please. Mendes, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. Hello. That's a memento of this great occasion. Public safety, yes or no? Blue card in the yes bucket, please. Mendes, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. Pink card, thank you. Hi, folks. If you're together, you can come up together. Public safety, yes or no? Blue card in the yes bucket. And Mendes, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket over there, please. Hi, sir. Public safety, yes or no?
Been waiting 30 years for this, yes.
I think you might use that bucket then.
It's taken long enough.
It has. Mendes, yes or no?
Yes.
In the yes bucket. Thank you. Public safety, yes or no?
Double yes for me.
Oh, you only get to vote once. And, oh, that way. Mendes over here. Public safety, yes or no? In the yes bucket. And Mendes, yes or no? Public safety, yes or no? Blue card over there. Mendes, yes or no? Over there. Yes is this side. Public safety, yes or no? In the blue card in the yes bucket, please. And Mendes, yes or no? In the one nearest me, please, the yes bucket. And then you can leave to the back. Hi. Public safety, yes or no? In the yes bucket, blue card in the yes bucket, please. And Mendes, yes or no? In the yes bucket, please. Thank you. Hi. Public safety, yes or no? Yes bucket, please, in the blue card. And Mendes, yes or no? In this one over here. Thank you. The line wrapped around the... Hang on one second. But is there... How many... Are there people doing wrapped around the building? Excuse me one moment. Stand wherever you like. Just stand, just move around. What? He can stand next to you. We just spread out. We're going to do this in a group. I don't know. Volunteers?
I think they're out, probably outside. So listen, we don't need slips. I can start checking the board. There you go.
Grab some baskets, please. Hi, everybody. We're going to do this by raising your cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards and hold it aloft until it's collected. Okay, ladies. Well, you only need one basket. You each only need one. So please go collect the cards. Go collect the, yeah. Just go on both sides, please, because we have several hundred people apparently waiting. Has everyone voted who wanted to vote yes? Volunteers, if you please bring them up here and deposit them in the yes bin. Yep. No, hang on to those. You're going to need them. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Please collect them.
Yes, please. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Seeing none, does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast? Okay, thank you. Have a good rest of your day. You can exit to the back.
Good job.
Thank you. What, Lisa? Why don't you just hang, we're going to bring another group of people in, just hang on for a moment. Come on in. Oh, no, you have to wait back in here. Back somewhere in there. You can stand or sit anywhere you'd like. I like her mask. Folks, come on in if you want to vote. Come on in. Over in the center section, please. You can stand, you can sit, whatever you prefer. Okay, folks, in the center section, please. Okay, at the doors, would you please hold any more voters? Hold the voters, please. We're going to vote on this by raising cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue card and hold it until it's collected. Thank you. Volunteers, would you collect the cards? You can go right back out and collect the notes. Or if there aren't. Thank you. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards and allow them to be collected. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Has anyone not voted for either question who wants to vote? Thank you very much. Enjoy your day. You can go out to the back door. You can let the folks back in again. Just grab a piece of real estate somewhere in the center. Come on in, folks. Yeah, they're all yes. Hi, folks. Folks at the doors, please hold voters. Folks at the doors, please hold any more voters. We're going to do this by show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards until they're collected. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Blue. Thank you. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Is there anyone who hasn't cast a vote that wants to? Thank you, folks. You can go out the back door. Have a nice day. Thanks for being here today. Thanks, girls. Love your jackets. Next group, come in, please. Because that would really go over well. The moderator decided the whole town meeting so they had something to do. Mike, do you see? Hey Jen. Hey Jen. What's the line like outside? Do you know? The line outside? Yep. Is there a big one? Yep. Okay. I can get a number, but yeah. I've just run off idea. Come on, folks, over to the center if you would, please. Okay, hold voters at the door, please. You guys want to just distribute yourself so we can make it a little quicker when we do the counting, please? So go ahead. Hi, folks. We're going to do this by show of colored index cards. Please hold the voters at the door. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards and let them be collected. Thanks. It's just an eyeball is all I really want to get a sense of. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards.
All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Is there anyone who has not cast a vote who wishes to? Okay, thank you. Please exit through the back door. You can just grab whichever one you want. Wow. Well, that's good. Folks, come on in and to the center section of the room, if you would, please. I've been asked to announce the time that voting ends today. Voting ends at 2:45. Anyone in line at 2:45 will be allowed to vote, even if they have not yet checked into the gym. But if you're not in line by 2:45, you will not be able to vote. So 2:45 this afternoon is the last time to get in line to vote. Please hold the voters at the door. Folks are going to do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Public safety building, blue cards. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Is there anyone who has a vote who has not yet cast one who wishes to do so? Thank you very much. Please exit through the back door. Enjoy the rest of your day. Next group, come on in. I cannot leave a voting. I know. Can someone please go talk to her and explain that that's not how it's supposed to go? Hi, folks. Come on into the center section of the gym, please. You can sit, you can stand, whichever you prefer. You won't have long enough to get comfortable. Hello. Over to the center, please. Okay, please hold voters at the door. Well, you can let her in, them in. Okay,
Please hold voters at the door. Folks, we're going to vote these by cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue card. If he wants to come up and do it himself, he can. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. And any kid who wants to do it can deposit it themselves. Okay. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Is there anyone who has not cast a vote who wishes to do so? All right, thank you. Would you please exit to the back door? Enjoy the rest of your day. Folks, come on into the center of the room, please. To the center of the room, if you would, please. Just make it easier. Please hold voters at the door. Hold the voters at the door, please. Hi, folks. We're going to do this by show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue card. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none, all those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink card. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay. Have you voted on everything that you want to? Have you voted? Yeah. Okay, then you're all set. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Exit to the back door. gotta be at 350 by now. Come on into the center of the room, please. Good what?
Outside, like.
No more line? No, oh, we're good. Is there still a line?
Oh, gosh. What I can see is, and then I can't see. We're at 3:40. It must be on the street.
Well, no, people are leaving, not all here.
Sure. I
That's
wonder how the traffic is.
What?
The traffic getting out.
Well, there's no, it's a flow. There shouldn't be much. Please hold voters at the door. Hi, folks. We're going to do this by show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote that they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Would you walk out to the back door? Try to keep those tight when you're. Come on into the middle of the room, folks. Hey, please hold voters at the door. We'll do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards.
All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote that they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Thank you very much. If you would exit through the back door, enjoy the rest of your day. Yep. Crazy. Oh, man. Thanks. See ya. Folks, come on into the middle of the room. Come on into the middle room, folks. Okay, hold voters at the door, please. Hi, folks. We'll do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Left, your other left. What's that?
She's going to the store. Yeah.
We've got two people. Not in here. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Yeah, it's easy when you only have one choice. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote that they have not cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Enjoy your day. You want to go out through the back door? Yes, for the schools. That's how many people have been here. The votes aren't going to be closed. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. They chose not to vote.
Just making sure the phone.
Yeah, they chose not to vote.
Oh, wow.
They're perfectly fine.
They can keep it. They can, but I'd throw it away.
Yeah, I know. You would have them at the back door saying, collect this.
I never give, huh?
You would have me at the back door saying, give me that card.
That would. And just so you know, these are cherry red.
Those are not cherry red.
I know, but the red ones are $2 more a package. I've said enough.
I don't care. I just, you know.
I said, no, I can't do that.
Come on in, folks.
All right. So let's just set up next week.
After 300 votes, we get it right.
Hey, listen, oh, there's more here. Yeah.
Hold voters at the door, please.
Down there.
Hi, folks. We're going to do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards.
Lisa, number 2, son. When I take a break, you're going to play bigger? See what I'm doing? Sure. Hold on.
All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards.
He's in, Adam.
All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote that they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you. Please exit to the back door. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I wish I were wearing that shirt. You can't wear that. And Lisa?
Yeah.
This is Josh. This is number 2, son.
Hi, Josh.
Town council.
Nice to meet you.
This looks like a big turnout.
What?
This looks like a big turnout.
That's why she gets paid $3. Listen.
Because it's too very important. How am I going to swarm in? Because it's how are you? Still to do David Mendes.
Because I have the gavel.
Yeah, but that's not going to help swarm in? Please, if it passes.
Come on in, folks.
I just want to know.
Brandy Kinsman to the front. Brandy Kinsman to the front. Folks, come on in. Hold voters at the door, please. Hi, folks. We're going to do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards.
I just wanted to put down the. Okay, perfect.
All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards.
Yes, yeah. Oh, well, it's got a couple of.
All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote that they have not cast but wish to do so? Thank you very much. Enjoy your day and go out through the back doors.
I literally found a handful of just a handful.
Do you want me to help? Do you want me to
I
take
swore
over?
my son in.
I'm sorry?
I swore my son in. He'll do it.
Oh, okay, okay.
He's tall.
Yeah, I know. I'm not, you would
Tall.
need like a box for me.
Tall, deep voice.
Do you have any other voting cards? We're gonna need one. Voting cards? Yes.
Come on in, folks. Come on into the center, please. How many did you have of each? Tara? You had 2,000 of each?
1,000. 1,000, total of two.
Okay.
That's what you said, 1,000, total of two.
That could be a problem. Hopefully it won't be.
Was it already voted?
No, we can't do that. They've already been counted. They've already been counted.
Oh, so then we'll do the other ones. We'll cut the other ones.
Probably a good idea.
No.
Just to be safe.
Is it one of those calls you get over the phone?
I mean, I can't imagine we're going to have more than 1,000 people vote.
Me either. You only get 300 and or 400. I need more turnout.
Because if we don't prepare for it, it'll happen.
Right, well, we did, we did 2,000.
Yes, but I think in my mind that was 2,000 to be covered.
No, so we did 1,000 around the.
Please hold voters at the door, except for that guy in the red sweatshirt. Hi, folks. We're going to do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Do me a favor, just stay there with those. I don't want to come anywhere near this table. No, stay there with those cards. I don't want to anywhere near. I know, but can't anywhere near where we're from. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have any votes that they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Please exit to the back door. Enjoy the rest of your day.
She's going back to the town hall. I know. Thank you. Yeah, no, we understand.
Hour and 15 minutes.
I still think you're going to call it back.
Hi, folks, come on in. Hey, Sarah.
Yes.
If the lines are long enough, do we have check-in, two checkers in both places?
I'm not sure what I think there's somebody there checking people in. And then
Because if that's the bottleneck, we we could improve the bottleneck there. Yeah, we could do 2 and 2. Please hold voters at the door. Hi, folks. We're going to do this by show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote that they have yet to cast but wish to do so? Okay, thank you very much, folks. If you exit the back door, enjoy the rest of your day. What? Yeah, I'm going to. The what? No, thank you. So you just want to make sure that you tell them to hold voters when there are people in here. And then when you call the vote, you watch which one. You hold the bucket up and you watch if they put it in the no bucket. You say on the front, right? And it, okay, come on into the center, please. Okay, hold voters, please. All those, we're going to do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Would you please exit to the back door? Enjoy the rest of your day. Come on into the middle. You can sit, you can stand, whichever you prefer. Okay, come on in, folks. I'd offer you something, you'd probably offer. No, it's okay. All right, please hold voters. Hi, folks. We'll do this with a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue card. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue card. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink card. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Please exit through the back door. Enjoy the rest of your day.
We jumped to groups of 50. We are around the corner, past the doors to the side door.
I'm letting them in as fast as they come in the door. We have 2 people checking in on both sides.
Yeah.
We have 4 checkers.
Yeah.
They're not waiting there.
Okay, so we can do a larger group and then have you do it.
Well, as soon as they come in the door, I mean, I'm not stopping.
Right, but we've been told groups of 25.
But there's no groups.
Yeah, they are. We're stopping them. We're stopping.
No, don't. You should not do that at all. You let people come in. I stop them at the door. Just let them come in. They'll check in.
Because it's cold, we're not sending them back outside once they've checked in.
They're not supposed to be in the building until they get checked in.
Okay. So we've been checking them in at groups of 25 and then they're backing up here. So can you maybe wait until you have 50 in and then do the vote? So hold off on, not do the votes as fast and then get a larger group in? Would that be okay?
I'd really rather not have that many people in the gym at the same time. What?
The mic is live. Okay.
I'd rather not have that many people in at the same time. As long as they're in line by 2:45, it's fine. I did. Hold the voters, please. Hi, folks. We're going to vote by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue card. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm glad we have people watching us. You know, you pay these ushers all this money. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your cards, blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink card. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Please exit to the back door. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I don't know, but we're gonna put somebody reliable to end site, you're done.
I think what Yolanda was trying to say is stand up and more than set someone down. I think I get it now. I did.
Last fact check, she was elected to the select board.
I totally on board with you. But I think that's what everybody was. Like, my understanding was because of the COVID.
Which is why we can do this outside.
I'm freezing now.
What color are you counting?
I did vote. Okay. They're available for vote. Maybe you need us to count everybody.
Hold voters at the door, please. Hi, folks. We're going to vote by show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you. Please exit to the back door. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
This is Mike Umfall, so I don't know if you recognize me or not.
Not with the mask.
Nothing was ever said as to what's going to happen to the Cedar Street station once the new building is built.
That's correct. I haven't heard a word. I thought some potentially about a DPW site, but I'm not sure. That's what I heard. You're welcome. Thanks for picking this up. What?
All they had was like, we had to grab like a stack of napkins out of their thing.
No, you can't do that.
You know your snacks stuff like that.
I always look at mine. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say, hey, Kelly, you had asked us for just a few more stuff on out.
You know, oh, check you in?
But you don't have cards.
Right, well, I can.
No, you technically can't.
No, you can't. You gotta go for the line. Sorry.
Are you going to vote? You're allowed to, both of you. You can both vote. As long as you have cards. Cindy, could we please move those off that table? Because that's where we're counting cards. Thank you.
Adam, we've got a bunch more and look.
Hold voters, please. Hi, folks. We're going to vote by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. No, I'm sure.
Or you can go right there, I think, delete for her, father, I think, check it out, right? Is this all over the check? Yeah. He's right there, check it out. Understood that.
All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none, all those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Has anyone yet to cast a vote who wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Please exit to the back door. Enjoy the rest of your day. have a seat, stand, whichever you're more comfortable doing.
Adam, she got some more, what? She got some more cards. There you go. Yep. Yes, 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 it is. 25? 25? Okay, hold on. Oh, here. I don't care. I'm getting it right. Listen, nobody can complain.
Really?
You see, he's with, your son is with, he doesn't sound like it. Well, they can't listen to him. See, he's watching me. It's like the other party watching.
Yeah, he was sworn in.
It's like the other one.
Come on in, folks.
Good job setting this up.
Thank you.
I'm just curious. But he said there's only two people. Wait, sorry, what? Oh, from 8 a.m. to 7 o'clock. Yeah. On Wednesday.
Come on in, folks. Find a piece of real estate you like or that you want to occupy for about 2 minutes. Hold voters, please. We're going to do this by show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Public safety. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none, all those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. For those who may be still watching at home, we close the line at 2:45. If you are in line at 2:45, you will be able to vote. If you are not in line by 2:45, you will not be able to vote. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Thank you very much. Please exit through the back door. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yep, thank you. I was running out of room up.
Yeah, I was saying that.
Running out of room up here.
Yeah, we're only doing one.
Easy, yes, right?
We're only counting yes.
Oh, you just get to say no.
Easy, yes.
We're only counting yes.
We're only counting the yeses. And then we can eyeball it.
Cindy, we at 500 yet?
Oh, no, I told you.
All right.
653.
One of your higher friends.
The highest.
No. No, it's veteran it wasn't. No, we have like 1,000. We had 7 or 800. What did we have? We got them all in the auditorium. It was the school vote.
I wasn't moderator.
I believe you were. I believe you were.
Ketchum was here. I wasn't a moderator.
It
That was loud. Come on in, folks. Josh, you signed a picture. Signed a picture.
Like I said, did I call you the wrong one? Because I wrote that.
I don't know who he is.
Somebody's a little small, but there's the next. So there's still one tower.
Come on in, folks. Have a seat, stand, whichever you prefer. Okay, hold voters, please. Folks, we're going to do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards.
You can only have 25.
All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Thank you very much. Please exit through the back door. Enjoy the rest of your day. Turn it around. It says yes on it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sarah. Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We tried. Thank you. Come on in, folks. You can sit, you can stand, whichever you prefer. Oh, God, yes. I was never really concerned. Hey, Jeff. Come on in, folks. Hey, honey, thank you. What? I got my hand over it.
Sounds embarrassed.
Okay, hold voters, please. Good afternoon, folks. We're going to do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. John. Close that back door, please. Close back door. Yes, close it, please. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Please exit the back door. Enjoy the rest of your day.
November 29, 665.
Remember what?
November 29, 665.
I wasn't moderator.
No, I know, it said Thomas Wallstein. But there was 665 and we jammed them all in that auditorium. It's gotta be a school.
What? November.
Transfer of land.
I wasn't there. Because I wasn't in something that I wasn't. Come on in, folks. maybe I was there.
It was over 1,000 in here for school vote. It was over 1,000 in some, in the other school. It was
Yeah.
before me.
Yeah, I remember. I spoke.
Yeah, 2,000?
Yeah, I was in the finance committee. I spoke.
Yeah, because it was 3 times they spoke.
Hold voters, please. Hi, everyone. We're going to vote with a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none, all those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. She was sitting right there. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Please exit to the back door. Enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah, they're letting it stand. They're letting it stand. Not something I'm in favor of, but like for sure.
Oh, Lisa. I can't say.
I'm just so glad we went through all this. And we should look. Probably get to maybe 850.
No, more than that. Oh, we got 2:15 right now, 2:14, so
Yeah,
another half an hour. Depends on how fast they run. It's a half an hour to the last. The rest still have to wait.
Would you let the blue chief know, Chief Alfano, Messenger, come on up here when he gets a chance, please? Introduce yourself.
Well, when I did the extract for this, it was 12
Oh? Like when I talked to Brian, she
Hold voters, please. Good afternoon. We're going to do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none. All those opposed to, all those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Please use the back door. Have a nice afternoon.
I don't shoot the messenger. What's up? Hopefully you'll never ever see me. Yeah, well, he's done a good job.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know you. I was like, are they with me? Hi. Oh my gosh. Hi.
We'll let anyone who's in line vote.
Yeah, but if any new people approach.
What?
If any new people approach, then they can't hear. Okay.
And I'd rather have
At the end of the line, last time I checked, was over there. I mean, this is a good turnout. Good turnout. It's great.
I would much rather have an officer at the end of the line than a particular volunteer.
You want to synchronize your 245 with ours, or just plain? We'll just do it at 245. Okay, we'll do.
I trust you.
Which color you have?
Well, you know what it is now. Everybody has a cell phone, so we're all on the phone.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Oh, help yourself. You're welcome. Nice save.
Yeah.
This one didn't fold.
Clearly not.
Yeah.
Because we're using the smaller ones.
How are the batteries?
Please hold voters. Hi, folks. We're going to do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards.
Yep. Yeah.
All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none, all those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards.
Where's the line? See how long the line is.
All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Please use the door in the back. Have a good afternoon. Okay. That's good.
That was great.
I didn't think it was going to be this constant.
I was hoping to be able to do a little break.
But that's why you plan.
It's too bad you can't use this card again.
Recycling.
Yeah, okay, that's much better.
Hold voters, please. Randy, they can come in.
No, that's fine.
They can come in. Hi, folks. We'll be voting by the show of cards today. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. What? I can't help it. I can't do anything about it. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. She lost her pink card.
Huh?
She lost her pink card.
Lost it?
Yeah, from there to here. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink card. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Please use the door in the back. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Yeah.
I know, we ran out of, trying to get as much train. We already passed that next one. Tom?
Still got almost 20 minutes yet.
That's crazy. No, they're gonna stand in the booth. Same way to check in them. Same thing as presidential.
Yeah, okay.
Don't ask us any questions. It's either yes, no, or no. Nope, yes, no. Yes, no, or blank. Those are your options. There's not even a right option.
Oh, really?
You?
I guess what would you write in?
Nothing. You can write in anything if you don't believe in it. That's 25? That's 25? Yeah.
As you know.
Am I right? ESP, yes, oh. I've been there too long, I'm done.
If that data is even available quickly.
Okay, thanks. Considering it's a Sunday, but it's a rest. If they hurry up and move fast.
Come on in, folks.
No, he's got a couple topics.
All right, hold voters, please. We're going to do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. I heard 3 times. Thanks. 4 times.
We're gonna do it. 8:57, you just said 8:50. 8:52. It's a ding. All right, no reason why you can't do this in the spring.
That's what I said.
We don't know what the motions are going to be. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Has anyone not cast a vote that wishes to do so? Thank you very much. Please use the door at the back. Enjoy the rest of your day. For those folks who may still be watching at home, you probably want to get here pretty quickly. We have 13 minutes left for you to get in line. Those of you in the gym, you're already here. You're fine. Hold voters, please. Folks, we're going to vote by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you. Please use the back door and have a nice weekend. Okay, thank you. More than 25.
No, I think we're exempt.
Yeah, we're exempt.
Yes.
We're legislative body.
Like 50 or something like that?
10.
Oh.
State law. American Civil.
No, for the election coming.
Legislative functions are exempt from government. Yeah, I've heard. Thank you.
We're gonna do it. If we hit 999, you will vote, and after I vote, you will vote.
I already checked in and voted.
You already checked.
That was the first one. Josh? That was the first one. I'm always the first one. Hi, folks. Thanks for coming down. Hold voters, please. We're going to vote using a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards.
If you're in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue card. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Seeing none. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Or fluorescent red now. We've gotten later in the day and the cards have gotten darker. Lighter, darker, brighter. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Please use the door in the back. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
The line is about to there right now, so it's shortening a little. Question, rather than for at the end of the line, which we will be, people parking there, they can't walk up to the end of the line and wait for Tom to go. If we just shut the entrance to the high school at 2:45, then nobody can come onto the grounds. So
That's yours. That's a public safety issue. I don't know if other people would be in for any reason.
okay, well, if they're here for voting, we'll just tell them that the entrance is closed.
Yeah.
So,
That would
yeah,
work too.
because I think if people would kind of be mad if they drive all the way in the park and then walk up to the line and we tell them, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, I wanted to double check with you, just
Yep,
make sure
that
you.
makes perfect sense. You're here for voting.
Okay, perfect.
That I shouldn't stand behind them and talk to them.
No, you shouldn't. Just look at this. Just see all these. That's the yes. That's the no.
Oh, yeah, we don't. It's still up?
You're not going to get those out?
Yep. Case check.
Hold voters, please. Hi, folks. Thanks for coming down to vote. We're going to do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards.
All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Thank you very much. Please exit to the back door. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
My hands are warm. It's getting late. No, no.
37.
How much?
37. We got it. We got it.
We'll see.
37 people.
36. Except you. Come on in, folks. Grab a seat. Grab some, stand up, however you're comfortable. Hold voters, please. Hi, folks. Thanks for coming down. We're going to do this by a show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. Opposed to the public safety building, blue cards. Thank you. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. By the way, it is now 2:46. Those folks in line will be allowed to vote, but no one else may join the line. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Does anyone have a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Please use the door in the back to exit and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Right, I just want somebody to let me know when everybody's checked in.
You just give him the high card. Go, sir.
Folks, you're the last group. We just have to wait and make sure everyone's checked in. Everyone's checked in? Excellent. So we saved the best for last. We're going to do this by show of cards. All those in favor of the public safety building? Ladies, ladies, ladies. Hello? All those in favor of the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those opposed to the public safety building, please raise your blue cards. All those in favor of the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. All those opposed to the Mendes School, please raise your pink cards. Is there anyone who has a vote they have yet to cast but wishes to do so? Okay, thank you very much. Please use the door in the back. Have a nice weekend. The voting period is now closed. We've been counting the votes throughout the afternoon, so it shouldn't take long until we're able to announce the results. We'll do so as soon as we can. No, I'll get him.
Yep, appreciate everything. You're volunteering your time.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. The volunteer, yes, the volunteers, thank you very much. You get somebody to sign your form and get that out.
Thank you so much, really, you guys.
Great job, man. Thank you. Yeah, volunteers, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
What? Not until I announce the votes. Yeah. You're welcome. I appreciate that. Yeah, you did.
But they fixed them, no.
These are no's.
Okay,
I got it. It wasn't hard. I needed a little bit more than my fingers and toes, but not much.
these are 6 extra. I mean, not extra. No. I mean, yes, go to yes, yes.
And the school had around 25? The school had around 25? Okay.
Do you want to hand me some of the after the pen or not?
No, 982. You're right.
Mike, 982, sorry. Corrected, we got so close. Went up a few. We thought it was 979.
You want to take those and put them in a bucket for Tara, please?
All of these in a bucket?
Yep.
Got it.
No, you can put them in loose because they're the nose.
Okay. I'm going to pink and blue separate.
No. With the votes counted, there were a total of 982 people who registered, which is incredible. Thank you very much to everyone who participated. With a vote of 956 in favor and 22 against, Article 1, the Public Safety Building passes. With a vote of 950 in favor and 27 against, Article 2, the Mendes School passes. Everyone please remember to get out and vote next Wednesday. There be no further business. I'll entertain a motion to dissolve. Is there a second? All in favor? Motion, meeting dissolved. Thank you.
Blue in the same bucket as red, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Adam, awesome.
Don't you
What
love?
an awesome.
I'm done.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure mentally, physically, emotionally, just done.
Don't you love hearing those words though? You're right.
Oh.